water until used. Teeth roots will be embedded in acrylic resin, pre-polishing for handling ease. After ultrasonic scaling to remove debris, standardized polishing procedures will be performed by a single operator to remove bias. Post-intervention, SEM will analyze tooth surface roughness, mean, and standard roughness via MAJ software. Qualitative 3D plots and statistical comparisons, SPSS version 27.0 will be used. Next. The expected outcomes are that there is a significant difference in post-polishing tooth surface roughness among the intervention groups and the control and intervention groups. This randomized controlled trial will evaluate enamel surface characteristics both qualitatively and quantitatively after different polishing methods on scaled teeth in an in vitro setting. We will assess polishing methods' effectiveness on tooth surface roughness using the SEM and MAJ's analysis of mean square roughness of enamel surface to optimize clinical practices and enhance patient outcomes through evidence-based protocols. Thank you.
Which part will be your qualitative part? Could you just explain that?
I'm sorry, can you
you said you will do both qualitatively and quantitatively. Could you just explain the qualitative portion?
Yeah, so we have this interview-based questionnaire which will have a lot of open-ended questions that will ask the patient. And this is an experimental randomized control trial, an in vitro randomized control trial. So the questions. So we'll have this performer which will have all the questions related to the systemic health of issues of the patient and whether the tooth went through any trauma during extraction and the age of the patients and if there are any restoration caries, fractures or significant developmental defects and patients with history of any physiological issues and everything like that. And we'll include and analyze that data.
Then just the last question, what kind of analysis will you do for the qualitative?
We'll use descriptive statistics to calculate mean, median, standard deviation and range for surface roughness values in each group, and ANOVA to compare mean surface roughness across 4 groups, polishing and control and the other 2 groups to determine whether there are statistically significant differences in mean surface roughness between the groups, essential for understanding if the polishing methods have different effects on tooth surface roughness. Turkey's HSD for post-HOC analysis after ANOVA. We will conduct Turkey's honest significant difference test to identify which specific groups means are significantly different from each other. It will help to provide detailed pair-wise comparisons to pinpoint exactly which polishing method differ in their effects on surface roughness. And we'll
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You possibly misheard me for the qualitative part only.
Yeah.
Which analysis? Will you use the same analysis for the qualitative part?
Come again?
The qualitative part.
Yes, sir.
You say you use both. You use open-ended questions for the qualitative part. How will you analyze that data?
That data?
Just for the qualitative.
Through the ImageJ software. It will make 3D plots and it gives you a
it's fine then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise your presentation was quite clear, logic, and your methodology
Thank you, sir.
Was very clear. The only challenge that I have is communication, because you look at...
Sir, I had an adenoviral infection in my eye, so I couldn't really see if I kept on.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, we have another candidate, Ms. ICHR Zia from Gomal Medical College, final year MBBS student. Ms. ICHR Zia, please. Group number one.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. My name is ICHR Zia and I'm a final year medical student from Gomal Medical College. And I'm honored to present my research idea titled Prevalence of ADHD and its Correlation with Screen Time, Socioeconomic Status and Gender Among Medical Students in KPK, Pakistan. So ADHD is a neurobehavioral condition characterized by inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. Our study aims to assess the prevalence of adult ADHD and find its correlation with screen time, socioeconomic status, and gender among medical students in KPK. So as for research gap, despite reviewing various databases, no prior research has been found that explore ADHD prevalence in medical students across KPK. Next. So we will conduct an analytical cross-sectional study which will include the MBBS students from first to final year at Gumal Medical College, Banu Medical College, Ayub Medical College, and Gaju Khan Medical College. So the sample size using RAWSoft, we calculated the sample size of 584. Participants will be recruited using through a non-probability consecutive sampling. Data will be collected through a structured questionnaire using demographic variables and adult self-report scale version 1.2. Next. SPSS will be used for analysis applying descriptive statistics, which will summarize the demographic characteristics and ADHD prevalence. The chi-square test will explore association between ADHD and categorical variables. So the significance of our study is this, that it will generate significant insights into ADHD within an underrepresented population of medical students of KPK. The results may guide educational authorities in implementing routine health, mental health screenings, and digital wellness to address the mental health issues in stressful academic settings. Thank you. Any questions?
What would your expected outcomes be?
Sir, as for the outcome, I expect that a lot of students will be screened positive for ADHD. Like, I think that ADHD prevalence will be quite high in KPK students.
Okay. And my comment to you is rather also the comment that I made to all presenters, is the way you engage with your audience and your communication. Otherwise, feedback from me, your methodology was quite clear and logic flow was there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Moving forward in our undergraduate research showcase segment, I would like to call another presenter, Mr. Lateef. Come on the stage, please, Mr. Lateef, for your presentation. Mr. Lateef. Group number 4.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is my research about the potential ligands for DNA gyrase inhibition in the gyrase Salmonella typhi H58 strain. This is in silico based study. I use the computational tools in which I have conducted this study. Can you please next slide? A brief background of this study is typhoid fever caused by S type is a major concern in low-income countries. It causes the 700,000 deaths annually. So we have to develop the drug options for this because it has developed the resistance to many 5 classes of antibiotic which is present in the market. The methodology of this research is DNA gyrase subunit A and B sequence of S type were retrieved for NCBI. NCBI, as we got the sequence, but there was no model present in the PDB or any other data bank. So we have to use the Swiss model for the retrieval of the structure. The structure validation was used through Verify 3D and ProCheck. The energy minimization was done through 3D Refine, and the meta pocket was used for the molecular dogging. Next slide, please. The expected outcome of this study is expected to identify the potential ligand, especially resveratrol, capable of inhibiting DNA gyrase. I have used the 5 ligands, resveratrol, bisantanol, indazole, and 2 others. So the resveratrol is the best option for inhibiting the DNA gyrase activity in the Salmonella XDR type H58 strain. The finding may support the development of the novel effective therapeutic agent, providing alternative treatment option and helping to curb the spread of drug-resistant typhoid fever in vulnerable population. I have done this study in silico method through computational tools. As I am the student of 5th semester, I will do the clinical trial in vivo and in vitro in the lab in 7th semester to complete the studies. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. So just a few comments. Firstly, you not properly explain the background. So what means what about the resistance? What about the specific strain you are targeting and the DNA gyrase? And your methodology was not clear in your slide which I was reading, and the expected outcome also was not clear, and you also not explained properly. So especially just a 3 minutes presentation, you need to explain by yourself and not put too much text in your slide. And in methodology, I just noticed that you mentioned the past tense, that I done this and I performed this, so it's your synopsis or proposal, so it should be in future tense. Yes. So just one question. So why resistance developed against antibiotic?
The resistance is developing against antibiotic because in Pakistan we have no awareness of the use of antibiotic. There are very overuse of antibiotic here done in Pakistan. So that's why there is developing the resistance very quickly.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving forward to our next candidate, I would like to call Mr. Abdullah Amin from Khyber Medical University. Mr. Abdullah Amin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Abdullah Amin, an athlete and undergraduate student at Khyber Medical University, Peshawar. And I'm honored to present my study title, Prevalence of Gout Among Athletes in Pakistan. Next slide, please. Yeah, clearly, you may know gout, but I have to briefly and concisely define gout as an inflammatory disease of joints that is caused by hyperuricemia and is rising among athletes due to high protein diet, dehydration, and joint stress. And if you look at the research gap, the previously existing literature focuses only on general population, not the athletes. And in Pakistan, with rising sports participation, this question remains unanswered. That what will happen when it peaks the performance while performing physical performance of the participant. So, and this research aims to measure the prevalence of gout among athletes and to identify sport-specific risk and link gout to reduce performance. Next slide, please. We will conduct a cross-sectional study of 500 athletes from various sports, including cricket, badminton, and football. While conducting data collection, participant will be screened through the clinical history and dietary assessment, and the last one, that is the serum uric level. While data analysis, we will use the SPSS V26. Next slide, please. And the findings were amazing as the study were conducted among US and Finland. That were about 8.6% prevalence surpassing general population that was 4.9%. And the practical benefits will be it reduce gout incidence and improve athlete performance. It will guide the sport health policies in Pakistan. And the significance, next slide please. The significance, this study will be the first SSS to get SSS to the gout prevalence among Pakistani athletes, surpassing the general population. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. My question to you is, why did you choose gout?
Yes, so as I mentioned that I am an athlete, and I noticed at every sport complex here in city or out city that among 12%, 3% gout, among 12 participants, 12 athletes, 3 among of them got gout disease, and their performance reduces. So I noticed that, that's why I choose gout.
I noticed that you mentioned, I don't know whether it's just a slip of the tongue, that you mentioned some overseas results. Did you do the research here?
No, I have just cited that, and I have my manuscript also written form.
Okay.
The template was quite reduced.
But you did the research here in Pakistan?
No, sir. This is my idea. I will do, inshallah.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thanks for myself.
Thanks. Thank you.
Moving forward to our next segment. In our segment, we have another candidate's name, Miss Lawangina Inam. Can we have Miss Lawangina Inam? Group number 2. Miss Lawangina Inam, third year MBBS student from Saidu Medical College, Sawat. Group number 2.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, I'm Lawangina Anam and I'm here with my fellow Fatma Kazmi and we are from third year MBBS. Our topic today is the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences in women with polycystic ovarian syndrome. As future female physicians, we feel that this is a very niche topic that is a dilemma that a sizable population of women in our country are facing, and we want to explore this. Next slide, please. PCOS is a multifaceted disorder that affects 1 in every 10 women. And since Pakistan is a patriarchal society, women over here face a lot of early life abuse. So we theorize that perhaps the early life trauma has some role in the pathogenesis of PCOS. As for the significance, we want to understand whether there is a correlation between adverse childhood experiences, the trauma it causes to the patient, and the development of PCOS later in life. Although there has been research done it is now suggested that PCOS is more of an inflammatory disorder, and alongside the hypothalamic adrenal axis contributes a lot to the increased androgen production in PCOS. So we theorize that perhaps the stress which is causing this, which is triggering the hypothalamic adrenal axis, can further cause the pathogenesis of PCOS. Next slide. Okay. As for the methodology, we will be following, we will be conducting the research upon the quantitative cross-sectional observational study model. For the sampling, we will do convenience sampling because this is a very intimate topic that we are exploring. We will be including women who are diagnosed with PCOS by a physician aged between 18 to 40 years old and consenting.
For the exclusion, we will be excluding women under 18 years or above 40 who are breastfeeding, pregnant, or non-consenting. For the sample size, we calculated the sample size to be 128 using Grausoft software. The data collection will be done by a standardized questionnaire that is used for assessing adverse childhood experiences. This is a 10-part questionnaire that was developed by the California Surgeon General's Advisory Committee, and it covers physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. For data analysis, we will be using SPSS, and we'll be using it to conclude frequencies, standard deviations, ANOVA, and mean standard deviations. Next slide. Yeah. So with our study, we hope to contribute to the existing knowledge about PCOS and explore whether early life trauma can cause insulin resistance in PCOS patients. Also, we want to determine whether there is a more closer link between the hypothalamic adrenal and hypothalamic gonadal axis. We anticipate that with our research, the research that is currently being conducted about PCOS involves a more psychosocial element too. We also want to advocate for trauma-based care and early intervention in susceptible populations. With our research, we also want to revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry with more integrated treatments and empowering women. As for potential application, we want to advocate for PCOS screening at ACE screening at PCOS clinics to identify the susceptible populations and enrich the medical curriculum by equipping the future health professionals with knowledge on how to treat such cases. Thank you.
Okay. So, excellent presentation, and just a few comments. Firstly, all of your slide was properly designed and was in sequence, and your in background slide you properly highlight the background significance and research gaps, so it was excellent.
Thank you.
And your methodology slide was also very clear. You mentioned each and everything, which type of statistic you will analyze your data, and how you calculated your sample. So it was clear, excellent, and was in sequence, and your expected outcome was also very clear. So you designed your presentations very well.
Thank you so much.
I only have got one question. Your sampling determined the strength of your research.
Yes.
That's a statement. What is your definition of convenient sampling?
Convenient sampling, our definition of convenient sampling is that basically we are approaching populations who are easily approachable, because this is a very intimate topic, and in a society like Pakistan, not everyone is willing to share such personal details about what they faced early in life. So we want to efficiently and realistically conduct this research and approach such populations who are willing to participate.
That's not totally the definition of convenient sampling. It might be purposive sampling, but you need to just go back and see what convenient sampling.
I mean that we will be including, or we will be asking these questions from those patients who are willing to do so, and they are consenting to it. So. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. We are about to the end of the session. I would like to call Ms. Taqwa Fahim from Bono Medical College. Ms. Taqwa Fahim. Is she present here? Another candidate, Manal Sharif from Sedu Medical College. Manal Sharif from Sedu Medical College. Taqwa. Taqwa Fahim from Sedu Medical College, group number 3rd.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is Taqwa Fahim from Banu Medical College. The idea I'm going to present is knowledge, attitude, and practice of blood donation among medical students of Banu Medical College. Next, please. Okay, so we have our introduction. We know that blood donation is a very critical component of whole healthcare system worldwide, and to ensure its steady supply, it is very necessary to raise awareness among medical students in overall medical colleges. Sir, previous slide, please. Sir, pichla slide. Okay. So the research gap was existing gap studies. They were confined to the national level and in major provinces like Peshawar and in Islamabad, etc. So we want to conduct this research specifically in Banu area and specifically in Banu Medical College. Next, please. Okay, so the methodology is, it is basically a quantitative study. Here it is a typing mistake, and it is a cross-sectional study, and the target population is students from first year to final year of Banu Medical College. And the sample size we have calculated, that is 100 medical students from first year to final year through Rouse of formula. And the data will be analyzed through SPSS version 29. And the data will be collected through questionnaire on Google form from students of first year to final year, and the questionnaire will be pre-tested. Next, please. Okay, so the expected outcome are, it would highlight the positive attitude of medical students of Banu Medical College towards the blood donation, and it will enhance their knowledge, attitude, and practice, and it will also address the barriers and their fears regarding blood donation. And also, if we come to know that what are their fears and concerns, so we will better address those things in our future seminars, etc. And we'll better raise awareness about blood donation importance. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One question. What is the problem? What is the gap that you are trying to address in this regard? If you can just narrate it to me. I know you had slides there.
So basically the study, the CAPE study, knowledge, attitude, and practice, this was never conducted in areas like Banu, and specifically then Banu Medical College. So we want to address the fears, their concerns, and hygienes, because in future we would better, aware the people in our own area and our own medical college.
Your presentation was quite clear, your methodology.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just wondering how you got to 100. I know you say you used the roll sharp, but it sounds too much a perfect number to have determined that. So
Thank
that's
you,
all
sir.
from me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. Calling to our another presenter, Manal Sharif from Sedu Medical College. Group number 8.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Hafsa Rahman here from Saidu Medical College, third year MBBS student, and with my fellow Manal Sharif. I'm here to present our proposal titled Rheumatoid Arthritis as a Psychological Thriller with Role of Disease-Modifying Anti-Rheumatoid Drugs in Relieving Stress in Arthritic Patient at a tertiary care hospital in Swat, Pakistan. We will be discussing introduction, followed by objectives, methodology, and expected outcomes. As we all know that rheumatoid arthritis is an autoimmune disorder characterized by the inflammation of the synovial joints. It impacts the daily life activities like disturbing the routine course, and then it leads to the depression, like it leads to the loss of control and dependency, and thus creating psychological issues. Thus, individuals suffering from the rheumatoid arthritis are 2 times more prone to major depression, and previous studies also revealed that depression was approximately 16.8% to 38.8%, which shows that people suffering from the rheumatoid arthritis struggle with the depression and anxiety as the disease progresses. Certain medications like DMARDs, disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drugs, are extremely effective in the treatment of the rheumatoid arthritis because it not only targets the physical health but mental health as well. It was found that people taking methotrexate for about 1 year showed psychological improvement alongside improving their physical health. Our objectives will be like to determine the prevalence of the stress and anxiety in patients with rheumatoid arthritis, to identify the socio-economic and demographic factors associated with psychological impacts of rheumatoid arthritis, and to provide a ground for the healthcare workers to design effective treatment plan for RA patients with stress and anxiety. Coming towards the methodology, our study design is descriptive cross-sectional study, and our study setting is the Department of Rheumatology, Saidu Medical College, and the sample size, we will use OpenEpi online sample size calculator. For sampling technique, we used non-probability purposive sampling because it was convenient for us. Now, we have included age group of 18 to 70 years and excluded patients with cognitive impairments, language barriers, and those who do not provide informed consent. For data collection, we will be collecting data through structured questionnaire, and for data analysis, we will be using SPSS. So the expected outcome is that RA is not only a physical illness, but a significant psychological stressor, and the role of DMARDs in improving quality of life, including mental health screening and stress management as a regular part of RA care. So the significance of our research is that it underscores the crucial role of proper mental health management in accelerating recovery among the RA patients. Previous studies has been done on the rheumatoid arthritis, but no significant intervention has been done. So we will try to fill the research gap and raise awareness about the psychological challenges associated with the rheumatoid arthritis, and to assist the medical professionals to help patients create effective coping mechanism for stress and anxiety. Thank you so much.
So your presentation was the only one that the outline slide was included, so it was excellent. And just a few comments, the background information which was mentioned in your background slide, good, but too bulky, too much text, so just you need to mention just the bullet point, okay, and then you, explain by yourself.
Okay.
So in your future, so then just follow these.
Okay,
just mention the bullet point and then you explain by yourself.
Okay,
The methodology was also not bad, very good, clear, and you mentioned the study design, the study type, and the statistical analysis, how you will analyze the data, and the outcome was also clear, but in the expected outcome, you mentioned the research gap. So it should be mentioned in your background slide. So that's from my side.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. My comment would just be on communication, the reading, but I concur with Dr. Vasim. It was straightforward and very clear.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. We have the last presenter, Ms. Hadia Mohsin from Federal Medical College, Islamabad, group number 12.
Assalamu alaikum. So the topic we have chosen for our research is the effect of Surah Ar-Rahman therapy on anxiety level of medical students. Do you know that 33.8% medical students suffer from anxiety? So what is anxiety? It is a feeling of constant stress. It is a feeling of stress and unease, manifesting physical symptoms and affecting daily life activities. There are many types of anxiety disorders, including general anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, panic disorders, phobias, and OCDs. And for these reasons, treatments become essential. We have pharmacological and non-pharmacological treatments. Non-pharmacological treatments include meditation, yoga, breathing exercises, and muscle relaxation techniques, and also a spiritual therapy, that is the sound therapy, Surah Ar-Rahman therapy that we are going for. Its effects has already been studied in ICU patients, athletes, medical students before exams, yielding positive results. Our methodology includes the study design, which is quantitative, pre and post experimental study, in which there is both the experimental group as well as the control group. Our study population is the 5th year medical students, since 5th year medical students have shown to have highest level of anxiety according to recent meta-analysis. Our sampling technique is calculated G-power, for which we are still learning and trying to understand it. The data collection method will comprise of a questionnaire, which will be including a demographic profile and as well as an anxiety scale. So for data analysis, we will be using a statistical tool, that is SPSS software. Descriptive analysis will be including mean, median, frequency, and test of normality, while inferential analysis will include the test of significance, paired t-test, and unpaired t-tests. So what are the expected outcomes and significance for all this? Since we are Muslims living in a Muslim country, we know that this therapy will produce positive results. So this therapy can help medical students to strengthen their spiritual aspect of life under the light of religion, to help manage their daily stress, to, if we're going to be able to integrate this spiritual therapy along with medical curriculum, it will help yield positive results, make stronger individuals, and make life easier in coping up stress in exams and all our daily activities that we are going for. May you and I are all in this together, and we want to study this and make sure that this is no longer a taboo or anything like that, and we can produce positive aspects in that and show everybody that it is not a bad thing to have anxiety and it can be treated. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we would close after this session of yours, but I would like the coordinator to slot some time so that we can give you feedback. This is only the reason that we started late. Yes. So there's a request that we close to start with the other session, but I would ask the coordinators to afford you some time so that we could give you feedback.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Undergraduate Research Showcase. A huge round of applause for all our presenters for their brilliant efforts and hard work. We extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished judges for their valuable time and encouragement and feedback. A special thanks to the organizer team of ICHR-25 for making today even possible. Remember that showcase is not just about an idea, it's about building future of innovation, collaboration, and impact. Thank you so much once again. And special thanks to Dr. Haji Bahadur. He was the part of the jury team. Just a big round of applause for Dr. Haji Bahadur. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Moving forward to the last segment of the showcase undergraduates. So for this, I would like to call Dr. Aurangzeb, Professor Dr. Aurangzeb, and Professor Dr. Amanullah to come on the stage and present certificates to the participant. Please, sir. I know you all are waiting for the winner, but the winner will be announced tomorrow on the closing day. For the certification, I would like to call Iqra Zia and her team. Please receive your certificate. Miss Lavangina Inam, Taqwa Fahim, Mr. Latif, Mahwish Rasool, Abdullah Amin, Ahmad Ali Shah, Manal Sharif, Yusuf al-Islam, Ahad Ali Nazar, Umayma and her group, Hadia Mohsen, Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again to all the judges. Okay. Now I would like to call Dr. Nasir. I would like to call Dr. Nasir on the stage to present the shield to the judges, Dr. Abel and Dr. Wasim.
Thank you so much for you. Thank you so much. Ji. We are in hurry because next session is delayed for 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes, and the next session is also very interesting quiz competition. I would request the post-grad colleagues who are having scientific sessions or parallel sessions that's going in the other halls. The students, undergraduate students who is involved in the quiz competition remain seated. Please, thank you so much. क्विज टीम के होस्ट वगैरह जो हैं जल्दी से आगे आ जाएं प्लीज़, क्विकली आ जाएं ताकि जल्दी से स्टार्ट कर लें. मलाइका
All the quiz teams should come forward.
Audience feature ready.
All the quiz teams should come forward, please.
All the participants, आप प्लीज़ एक साइड पे हो जाएं और जो आपके साथ सपोर्टर्स आए हैं वो एक साइड पे हो जाएं. पीछे हो जाएं, पीछे वाली चेयर्स पे, ठीक है? लास्ट 3 रोज में बैठ जाएं जो सपोर्टर्स हैं. ये सर. अच्छा सर वो मरियम बोला. मरियम
Sir, let them be seated first, please. Let them be seated first at least. I understand.
तो मैं पढ़ लूँ. The basic rules were already emailed to the participants. Attention please. The basic rules were already emailed to the participants and we hope everyone is familiar with Kahoot.
rules will not be repeated.
The rules will not be repeated, so please hear them clearly.
Don't.
Please be seated. The quiz is about to begin. Please be seated. We're about to begin the quiz. The teams should be seated at the front and the audience should be seated at the back.
All the quiz participants, please आप आगे आ जाएं और जो आपके साथ आए हैं वो पीछे रो में बैठ जाएं. Please do not mix up. All the participants, first 4 rows में आ जाएं, please. जो आगे बैठे हैं, आगे 4 rows में जाएं. Are you participating?
कैसा participation?
ये quiz चल रहा है यहाँ पे. आप quiz की participant हैं?
नहीं तो मैंने reply नहीं किया. वैसे ये भी अभी वैसे नहीं आप पीछे बैठ लतीफ
प्लीज जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं प्लीज आगे आ जाएं और जो उनके साथ सपोर्ट में आए हैं वो पीछे रोज में बैठ जाएं.
Everyone, please settle down. Please, everyone, settle down. The quiz competition will start shortly. Please, अपनी जगह ले लें. Otherwise,
Everybody,
the team will be
please
disqualified.
listen up. जिसने भी KMU rap, whoever registered as
अपनी
KMU
जगह ले
rappers,
लें. Otherwise, the
वो
team
यहाँ
will
आ
be
जाए.
disqualified. Teams who fail to take their positions will be disqualified within 1 minute.
आप में KMU Raptors कौन है? Who is part of that team? आप यहाँ आगे आ जाएं, please. KMU intellectuals वो कौन है? Raptors हैं intellectuals. KMU intellectuals कौन है? Do we not have them? The Good Doctors PMC. The Good Doctors PMC. Fantastic Four from AIMC. How do I pronounce this? How do I pronounce this? KMC Kojis. Okay, KMC Kojis. I don't know. ये जो बीच रोज में बैठे हैं या खड़े हुए हैं आयल पे, प्लीज आप साइड पे हो जाएं.
Excuse me, everyone. Please settle down. Settle down and listen. Everyone, please quiet. Listen. Listen to what you are being told. If you do not settle in the next 10 minutes, you will be disqualified. Please settle down. Okay, who has the list of participants? Who has the list of participants? Please settle down. Settle, please. Please listen to the organizers, what they are telling you. Check that your Wi-Fi is working. Please check your Wi-Fi. अच्छा ये मुझे Please listen. Everyone, we are calling out all the teams and please ensure that you are here. If you are listening to us, you would be able to hear out your names.
अच्छा, we'll start इधर से KMU से we have a team pharma something. वो कौन है?
Is the KMU team here? Is the KMU team here? Yeah, good. Next.
Then we have KGMC. You supposed to इधर ही है, ठीक है. QAMC.
Okay.
KMU. Research Raptors. अच्छा वो ये ठीक है. PMC the good doctors. PMC the good doctors. KMU the Fantastic Four. KMU.
Excuse me, those who are standing in the middle, please get to us so that we can see all of you. Those who are standing in the middle, please either take a seat or stand aside.
FMC.
FMC Federal Lights. Is the team here? Please raise your hands. Where? Are they sitting? Okay, next.
Please, the team should stand up when their names are called so we
Yes,
can identify
please.
you.
RCRS team, please stand up. Okay, good. RMC, yes, they are here. KMC Furious 4, stand up. KMC, there they are. GMC, yeah, they're there. Another KMU team, Study Slayers. Are they here? Study Slayers, KMU. You are them? Okay. KCD, Khyber College of Dentistry. Okay. Another KMU, somewhat. Okay.
The MedGrow Quartet. Then we have GMC say again the brainstormers. GM brainstormers.
Yeah, stand up. Please, आपका नाम बोला जाता है, stand up, ताकि जल्दी काम हो जाए. Time थोड़ा है हमारे पास.
उनको बिठा ठीक है. BS Public Health say we have the study squad. Can you please raise your hands, BS Public Health?
Is BS Public Health here?
BS Public Health.
Please stop talking to each other and listen to us. BS Public Health.
From BS Public Health? No. Okay, QAMC. PMC say we have learners. PMC. AIMC. AIMC. मैम अभी तक वो मैंने अनाउंस शायद नहीं किया नीचे रहता है ना AIMC mids. See another team from KMC. आपको ऑलरेडी अनाउंस हो चुका है या नहीं? नहीं हुआ, ठीक है. AIMC से we have Alpha Pentecost. Somebody else from KMC, Khyber. City University से. Can you please raise your hands who is from City University? KMC से we have neuronauts. Announced somebody else and they said RCD, Sedu Medical College. Somebody from Sedu Medical College. Sedu Medical College is not here. And this KMC से KMC जो है वो नहीं है. What? हाँ ठीक है, but it stops. ये तो हो गया now. हाँ वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ वो सब all said themselves. नहीं वो लोग नहीं आए.
Okay, let's do something. How many of you know your teams? Do you know which one is team A? Can I have all the team A standing up? You don't know. You don't know.
गौर से सुने कि ये लोग ग्रुप ए में आ रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ लॉग इन करें जो ग्रुप ए में आते हैं.
ठीक है ठीक है. अच्छा.
ना बस
Okay, now I'm gonna make an announcement. जिस टीम का नाम आ रहा है, only they are supposed to log in into Kahoot. ठीक है? We've divided you into two groups, A and B. I'm gonna announce कि कौन A में है, so only they're supposed to log in right now. ठीक है? Am I clear? Okay, now we're going to collect the phones. You can keep only one device on you. बाकी सारे आप please जो आपसे collect करें उनको दे दें. Only one person can have the phone on them. Whoever does not hand over the phone would be disqualified. I'm so sorry. Everyone in the back, please settle down. और जो extra लोग खड़े हैं, I'm so sorry, we do not want any extra participants as of now. तो या तो आप बैठ जाएं या फिर आप please बाहर चले जाएं.
Announce the rules. Okay, hear them out. They are going to announce the rules. Then they are going to tell you which group is going to log into A as team A and which group is going to log into B, which is team B. All right? So please hear them out. Listen to them. So listen out, hear them out, listen to the rules.
Hello. Okay, the basic rules were already emailed to the participants yesterday, And we hope everyone is familiar with Kahoot, an online game-based learning platform. The quiz today will be conducted entirely on Kahoot, okay? So now we'll display the teams. You can see you belong to team A or B, okay? You don't know that, we'll just share it in a while. Only one team member will log in using the gadget registered with the device, okay? The remaining team members must power off or deposit their phones. Anyone found with the phone, they'll be disqualified. Once the quiz starts, participants are not allowed to leave the hall. If a participant exits the Kahoot app or attempts to open other tabs, they will be automatically removed from the chat room and disqualified. Judges' decisions are final and cannot be challenged. To ensure the highest standards of fair play, help from audience, cross-talking, or use of internet for cheating will result in immediate disqualification. No retakes or resubmissions will be allowed because you know it's on Kahoot, so it's all going to be monitored from there. We kindly request both the audience and participants to maintain decorum in the hall for the peaceful conduction of the event. Once the PIN code for the quiz is shared on screen, you will use it to join the quiz room in Kahoot. You can also scan the QR code to join. You will write your allotted team name in the nickname area for your team that will be displayed on scoreboard so you can see your progress throughout the quiz. Understood? Okay, the team structure. The first round is warm-up. We have a total of 28 teams, each divided into 14 teams, team A and B. I'll display the teams in a while. You can see you are in team A or team B. First round will be for team A. Only 14 participants from team A will log in. We're going to screen them out, then we will do for team B. Each group will face a total of 20 questions and given 1 minute to answer. Top 6 teams from each group will qualify for the next round. In each round, teams selecting the correct options in shortest time will be awarded points by Kahoot. We'll share the teams list, wait. Okay, I'm going to announce the team names. Can you just raise your hands or stand up where you're sitting? Group A teams, KMU, Farmageddons. Okay. Team 2, GMC Masterminds. Okay. QAMC Medheads. KMU Research Raptors. Okay, now the names I'm announcing, you are team A. ठीक है, पहले round में you guys have to log in, not team B. Only the names that I announce, you guys will log in. PMC Good Doctors. KMU Intellectuals. AIMC Fantastic Four. KMC Khojis. FMC Federalite. RCRS. RMC. KMC Furious 4. KMU Study Slayers. You heard the names, you are all in group A, so you will log in first and we'll do round 1 with group A first, then we'll select the 6. Okay, fine, shift it. ठीक है. Any team that I did not mention and is sitting on that side, you please move to this side. So, according to this, group A sits here and group B sits here. So if you're from group B, please move to this side. I don't know, ask ma'am, please.
Group A, please log in.
We are incredibly honored to have with us our esteemed panel of judges. Your presence and expertise elevate the standard of this competition, and we are deeply grateful for your time and support.
Dr. Musharraf Jilani. Dr. Sabeen Nasir. Dr. Najma Basir. And Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum.
You can see the game pin on your screen. Team A, please log in using this game pin and write the name of the team that you have selected. Anyone having problem, please raise your hands. Our team will come to help you. Everyone can see the game pin. There is also a QR code. You can scan that. Okay. Once the 14 teams enter, we'll lock the room so nobody else can join. Which team is missing? Team A, all the teams have logged in.
Remaining 3, please log in.
Research Raptors. Medheads, please. Why did you log in? Medheads, team Medheads.
Redheads, please log in.
Okay, complete teams have logged in. Now we're about to start. Everyone knows the rules of round 1.
Still 13, I guess.
There's still 13. One more team, please.
So maybe someone's not here. Everyone from team A has logged in. Anyone left? Which team is left?
One team is left. Please unlock.
We're waiting. It's okay. Log in.
जिनका लॉगिन नहीं होगा या तो वाईफाई कनेक्ट किया
Get ready, we're going to start it. 20 questions, 1 minute for each question.
In designing a study to assess the effectiveness of a new antihypertensive drug, what should be the first step? The options are as follows. The correct answer is develop a clear research question. We have masterminds on the first place, followed by Fantastic Four, the Medheads, and the others.
Anybody in the audience that has connected their internet, please disconnect your internet. I'm asking you one last time, please do it.
The correct answer is randomized controlled trial. The right answer is because of the serious potential side effects.
Where are the primary outcomes typically reported in a medical research article?
The right answer is results.
When reviewing existing literature on myocardial infarction treatments, what is the main goal?
The right answer is to identify gaps in knowledge.
A researcher is using SPSS to run an ANOVA test. What kind of data is being analyzed?
The right answer is continuous numerical data.
A study reports an increase in the incidence of dengue fever in urban areas. What does incidence specifically refer to?
The right answer is new cases over a specific period.
In testing a new insulin formation, what would the null hypothesis typically state?
The right answer is there is no difference in effect.
While preparing a systematic review on asthma treatments, which tool helps manage references and cite properly?
The right answer is Zotero.
Why is double binding used in trials testing a new antipsychotic drug?
The right answer is to prevent bias from both patient and researcher.
A medical student surveys diabetic patients to assess medication adherence. What type of data source is this?
right answer is primary.
What best defines a cross-sectional study in a cardiology outpatient setting?
The right answer is investigates a group once to assess hypertension prevalence.
Which of these is considered secondary research in oncology?
The right answer is meta-analysis of chemotherapy outcomes.
What is the primary responsibility of an IRB in a trial involving gene therapy?
The right answer is ensuring participant safety and ethical conduct.
What is an example of an observational study examining smoking and lung cancer?
The right answer is case control study comparing smokers and non-smokers.
What does the PICO framework help researchers do?
The right answer is structure clinical research questions.
In a study evaluating BMI and blood glucose, what type of variable is fasting glucose level? Come on, Furious 4, you can do it. In a study of a renal failure progression, serum creatinine is measured monthly. What type of study design is this?
The right answer is longitudinal.
The abstract of a research article on tuberculosis usually contains
answer is a concise summary of objectives, methods, and
Mastermind's going strong, but the Furious 4, I think they can catch up.
In a clinical trial, what does sample size refer to?
the right answer is the number of human or animal subjects.
Well done, Group A.
In first place, we have masterminds. In second place, we have the Furious 4. And in third place, we have big brains. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
The top 6 teams are requested to please be seated, and the rest of you, better luck next time. Can you please move back to the audience? The top 6 teams are requested to stay seated. The rest, please move back to the audience.
Team Masterminds, Furious 4, Big Brains, KMC Khojis, Fantastic 4, KMU Raptors. Researchers? Raptors. These 6 teams, please remain seated. The other teams, thank you so much for coming. Better luck next time. Please join the audience. Top 6 teams, please move to the forward seats.
Top 6 teams to the front, please.
Masterminds, Furious 4, Big Brains, KMC Khojis, Fantastic 4, KMU Research. Please move forward in the first 6 rows. The other teams, please join the audience.
The other one over there, that's the 7th.
Group B, the process will be the same. You'll be given another Wi-Fi code by our teams so that your internet works faster.
हाँ हाँ आपको देखते हैं जी जी एक टीम पूछ रही है कि वो सेल पर आ रहे थे 14 का हाफ सेवन होता मिनट होंगे तो मुझे क्यों नहीं मुझे क्यों नहीं मिनट
Masterminds, Furious 4, Big Brains, Khojis, Fantastic 4, KMU Research Apps.
Raptors.
They're on there.
Group B, please check your Kahoot app if it's working fine, your internet system is working fine. Please check. If not, contact our team. Just check your internet if it's working fine. The questions and process will be same for Group B. 20 questions, 1 minute. Once again, new PIN code will be shared and new questions.
The top 6 teams from Group B will move to the next round. Please check your internet connectivity.
Group B, please start logging in. Please unlock Kahoot.
Group B, Team Zuhaira.
Team KCD. Group B, Team KCD. KMU, Team KMU. The brainstormers. Study squad.
Internet connect show.
QAMC Bahawalpur. Learners, PMC learners.
Neuronauts. Neuronauts. KCD. Excuse me, I'm here. You've written your name wrong. Okay. Internet connected. Internet connected. Ushers and team members, kindly move from the side. It's being covered live on Zoom, so you're creating disruptions in the coverage of the show. Any team having issues in logging in, please contact our team members. Teams having issue, please stand up where you're sitting so our team can contact you.
जो नाम आपको दिया गया है प्लीज़ उसी नाम से अपना इंटर करें, सही है? जो एक्स्ट्रा लोग इंटर कर रहे हैं हम उन्हें लॉग आउट कर सकते हैं, तो प्लीज़
If this keeps repeating,
जितने भी
we'll
ग्रुप बी
lock
के
the chat room.
ऑल द ग्रुप बी पार्टिसिपेंट, आपका इंटरनेट काम कर रहा है? Whoever is not logged in, please raise your hands.
Pharma Crews, which team is it? Pharma Crew.
Which college are you from? You should log in with your team name. Log in with City University.
Okay, join with your City University wala name, not a new name.
प्लीज जो नेम आपको दिया था उस ही से लॉग इन करें. Everybody else would be removed. You won't be able to play. Is everybody on the group B logged in? किसका नहीं हो रहा?
City University, please join again with your own name, City University, nothing else. You guys have 2 devices.
Please, you are wasting time.
City University has 2 devices, or no, you didn't log in.
Just one person should log in with your registered name.
Registered हमारे पास सिर्फ एक टीम है. Why do we see 2 logged in people?
City University, are you still logged in, or no, you are removed?
Please disqualify anybody who is playing pranks over here. उसको disqualify कर दे.
Everybody, I'm saying it one last time. Please join with the names you were given, the names that you chose. यहाँ पे किसी और नाम से मत log in करें.
That's someone from the audience. They're using the same name.
And the entire conference.
This is correct? Lock it.
Stop doing it.
तो 14 ही है ना, ठीक है. हाँ, 14 teams है. Everyone from team B, you are logged in. team का क्या नाम है? I'm announcing the team names from Group B once more. Check your name. If I have not mentioned it, please stand up.
KCD.
RCRS, you're done?
Alpha Denticos कौन है, please? Is that your genuine name?
Is everybody logged in?
Study Squad, BS Public Health. What is the first step in the research process? The correct answer is identifying the research problem. What is the main purpose of a pilot study? The correct answer is to test the feasibility before the main study. Which of the following is not a characteristic of good research? Correct answer is subjectivity. Which type of study is best for measuring disease prevalence?
Please avoid cross talking. यहाँ तक आवाज आ रही है सही जवाब की.
Ushers, please.
Correct answer is cross-sectional. Well done, Team Khyber. The p-value represents
Give them a round of applause, please.
which statistical test is best to compare the mean of two independent groups? Independent t-test is the correct answer.
Any participants found talking, please report them. We'll disqualify them. Which of these represents qualitative research? Correct answer is case study.
Please give them a proper round of applause.
What is the main role of IRB? To ensure ethical conduct and protect participants.
Everybody look at your own laptops, okay? Please.
In SPSS, which view is used to define variable properties like name and type? Variable view, correct answer.
Please give everybody a round of applause.
In cohort study, participants are categorized based on We're halfway done with Group B's test.
Which part of a research article include participants' characteristic and results? hospitals is the correct answer. The measure most affected by outlier is mean.
The term population in research refers to
all observation the
Louder,
study
please.
targets.
Clap for them, please.
A variable presumed to cause a change in another is called independent is the correct answer.
Please, Talia. Clap. Okay.
the C in PICO stands for comparison.
Guys, please clap for your institutes. Come on, you need to applaud for them.
Team KCD, you might make it in the next round. Informed consent includes all except forced agreement. Team RCRS, going good, you might make it to the top. Sampling error refers to difference between sample and population. Which of these is a secondary source?
Systematic review. What is the best graph for displaying frequency of categories? Bar chart is the correct answer.
Who is Heber? Well done, bravo. And the second team.
Last question.
You can make it.
What is stratified sampling used for? ensuring all subgroups are represented.
Let's see. Yay! KCD, bravo. Yay! Second one. Pepper, yes. Well done, very well done.
Congratulations, Team Khyber.
लेकिन ये अभी शुरुआत है, अभी आगे इम्तिहान और भी हैं।
Okay, now the scoreboard is going to be displayed. Top 6 teams, they will remain seated. The rest of them, thank you so much for coming. Best of luck next time, and you have to join the audience. Team Khyber, Team RCRS, KCD, KMC Neuronauts, PMC Learners, Alpha Denticos. These 6 teams, please stay where you're seated. The others, you may join audience. Thank you for participation.
ये भी पूछती हूँ, ये आपकी जो खैबर टीम है, is it from KMC? Okay. And the second one? आप कौन से? RMI? Right. You can make it. अच्छा, अभी try करना है आपने.
Team Khyber, RCRS, KCD,
ठीक है, अभी है टाइम.
KMC
आप
Neuronauts,
कर सकते हो next
PMC
round.
Learners, Alpha Denticos. These 6 teams, please stay where
अपना
you're
winning
seated
tag
and
अपने साथ
move
रखने की
to the
कोशिश
first
करो.
6 rows.
जो टॉप 6 है वो आगे आ जाए. ठीक है, इन 3 रोज में आ जाए. टॉप 6 इन 3 रोज में बैठे हैं. ये सेकंड नहीं, थर्ड, फोर्थ और फिफ्थ रो में.
Please hurry up, we are very short of time.
Basil, Ramin,
ग्रुप ए और ग्रुप बी दोनों की जो टॉप 6 टीम्स हैं उन्होंने लॉग इन करना है.
Okay, now we have 6 teams from Group A and Group B both. Total 12 teams. Both the teams will log in at the same time. It's Group A versus B in this round. It's round 2, brainstorming. 12 teams facing a total of 15 questions. Again, 1 minute to answer. Group A and B, 6 teams each, 12 total, will log in all together with this new pin code.
ग्रुप ए की टीम के लिए काफ़ी टफ कंपटीशन आ चुका है क्योंकि वहाँ से भी टॉपर्स आपके साथ compete करेंगे.
Round 2 is called brainstorming round. Again, out of these top 12 teams, 8 teams will qualify for the next round.
ज्वाइन कर ले सारे. लॉग इन हो जाए टॉप 12 जो हैं.
We need 12 teams on the screen, Group A and Group B. Please log in.
Please,
किसी को इशू है हैंड रेज करें.
may I have your attention, please? There's a lot of noise which is interfering with the broadcast. Please, noise कम कर दें बिल्कुल. People at the back, please stop talking. Think that you are sitting in a library, please. इस तरह बात करें. इंटरफेयर हो रहा है, ब्रॉडकास्ट में इंटरफेयर होता है.
और ऑडियंस अपने अपने कॉलेजेस की टीम के लिए चेयर कर सकते हैं.
Group A, Masterminds, Furious 4, Big Brains, Kojis, Fantastic 4, KMU Raptors. From Group B, Khyber, RCRS, KCD, KMC Neuronauts, PMC Learners, Alpha Denticos. Everyone, Group A and B, is your name on the screen?
Group A all done? Group B all done? Please raise hands or say yes. Done?
Start.
It's going to be 15 questions and 1 minute again to answer it. Only 8 teams will qualify from the 12 teams.
A COVID-19 vaccine trial includes various ethnicities and age groups. What research aspect is improved? The correct answer is external validity.
Now let's see. Khyber.
What is the best study designed to investigate a rare adverse effect of a new antibiotic?
The correct answer is case control.
Zabardast. Baki ki team bhi buckle up ho.
Which of the following is considered an effect modifier rather than a co-founder in studies on smoking and lung cancer?
RCD, KGMC, KCD, sare buckle up ho. You have to win.
The correct answer is genetic susceptibility.
Rahman. Well done, bravo.
Why might a researcher use stratified random sampling in a study on diabetes prevalence across urban and rural clinics?
The correct answer is to ensure proportional representation.
Rahman again. Khyber, you can do it. Buckle up, Khyber.
In a cohort study on myocardial infarction, loss to follow-up affects which type of validity?
The correct answer is internal validity.
RCRS again. Khyber, KCD, buckle up.
Which term describes the mistaken belief that association implies causation in observational research?
जितना fast correct answer होगा, उतना ही score ज़्यादा होगा.
The correct answer is post-HOC fallacy. Post hoc.
RCRS again.
A paper reports a p-value of 0.047 for a new hypertension drug. What conclusion is most appropriate?
KMC, KCD, KGMC, Peshawar Medical College, सारे buckle up हो. Pull your socks.
The correct answer is the result is statistically significant.
Now let's see, कोई buckle up हुआ कि नहीं? थोड़ी कोशिश और. RCRS बिल्कुल टॉप पे जमा हुआ है.
In a liver cirrhosis study, AST-ALT ratio is used as an indicator. What type of variable is this ratio?
The correct answer is continuous.
Let's see. Again RCRS. Big round of applause.
What is the major ethical concern in placebo-controlled cancer trials?
The correct answer is withholding effective treatment.
Yes, yes. Khyber is on top now. Now RCRS have to buckle up. This team needs to buckle up now, right?
If the kappa statistic for an inter-rater agreement in a radiology study is 0.85, what does it indicate?
Khyber needs to secure and RCRS needs to snatch the position.
The correct answer is excellent agreement.
Now let's see. Khyber, yes. RCRS, थोड़ी कोशिश और.
In a study of renal failure progression, a serum creatinine is measured monthly. What type of study design is this?
The correct answer is longitudinal.
Khyber again. RCRS और KCD को भी थोड़ा buckle up होना होगा.
A ROC curve is used in evaluating
KCD भी in competition है. थोड़ी कोशिश और.
The correct answer is diagnostic test performance.
Okay, big brain अब top 3 में आ चुका है. Khyber अपनी position पे है.
what is publication bias most likely to affect?
You need to be fast.
correct answer is results of meta-analysis.
Yay! RCRS ने अपनी position दोबारा से बना ली. Now Khyber needs to buckle up.
The best statistical test for comparing a median serum bilirubin in 3 different hepatology wards is
RCRS needs to secure their position and Khyber needs to snatch the first position.
The correct answer is Kruskal-Wallis test.
Come on, Khyber. Oh.
The last question is, which phase of clinical trial primarily assesses drug safety in health volunteers?
The correct answer is phase 1.
Let's see. Big brains. Big round of applause. Khyber. Clapping and 1. Yes. RCRS. Yes. Excellent performance by RCRS, Khyber and Big Brains. Yes. Now let's see who will qualify to next round. Top 8 teams.
8 teams will qualify for the next round. You can see the names. Team RCRS, Khyber, Big Brains, KCD, KMC Khojis, Fantastic Four, KMC Neuronauts, KMC Masterminds, KGMC Masterminds. These top 8 teams have qualified for the next round. Please move to the forward rows. The other teams, thank you so much for participating. Better luck next time. You may join the audience. Top 8 teams, please move forward.
Dr. Nahid?
Next round is going to be challenge accepted. 10 questions for 8 teams and top 4 teams will qualify for the next round. Again, 10 questions, 1 minute given to answer. Muska.
Top 8 should log in. सारे फ्रंट की रोज में आ जाएं और लॉग इन कर लें.
Top 8 teams, please log in. Team RCRS, Khyber, Big Brains, KCD, Khojis, Fantastic Four, KMC Neuronauts, and KG. Everyone is logged in, top 8 teams. Shall we log in? Log. A hospital compares two antihypertensive drugs by randomly assigning patients. What study design is this? Smoking lung cancer compares patients with lung cancer to healthy controls. Case control. A pediatric study on vaccine side effects excludes children with known immunodeficiencies. This is an example of
Exclusion criteria is the correct answer.
a repeated measure ANOVA is used to compare hemoglobin levels at 4 time points. The assumption specific to this set is
We need to be fast. इसमें से टॉप 4 टीम्स जाएंगी, 4 टीम्स आउट हो जाएंगी. अपनी प्लेस सिक्योर करने के लिए इन टॉप 4 you need to be very fast and very careful as well.
sphericity.
Okay, well done, Heber.
A new cholesterol-lowering drug is tested and the p-value for the difference in LDL levels is 0.12. What does this imply?
This is for all the teams.
There is no significant difference in LDL levels. Which measure best reflects the accuracy of a diagnostic test in identifying patients who truly have the disease? Sensitivity.
Okay, big brain is on top. And KCD, well done.
In an observational study, researchers found both smoking and alcohol use associated with oral cancer. This is an example of
secure position in top 4.
Confounding.
Big brain again.
What is the main purpose of obtaining informed consent in a clinical study testing a new chemotherapy protocol?
Big brains again. KCD, KMC, neuronal.
In SPSS, which chart would you use to display the relationship between systolic blood pressure and BMI in adult males? The correct answer is scatter plot.
Good. Big brains again. RCRS on 5th. You need to buckle up.
This is the last question. Which of the following best describes a type 1 error in study comparison aspirin versus placebo for stroke prevention?
RCRS, KGMC, आपको ज़्यादा कोशिश करने की ज़रूरत है, otherwise top 4 से out हो जाएंगे.
Aspirin is effective when it is not.
So let's see. Heber is in top 4. KMC Neuronog is in top 4.
Congratulations. Now we'll view the scoreboard. Top 4 teams will remain seated and they'll qualify for the next round. The others, again, thank you so much for coming and participating. You may join the audience.
Let's see which team is the fourth one. So Big Brains, KMC Neuronauts, Khyber and KCD.
KMC Neuronauts, Khyber, KCD. These 4 teams, please move forward, and the other teams, you may join audience. Thank you so much. Okay, next round is a bit different. Hear out the instructions carefully. It is called the quick fire. You will have 10 questions, but only 45 seconds will be given to answer. The top 2 teams will qualify for the final round. Again, 10 questions, only 45 seconds, not 1 minute. Quick fire round. Two teams will qualify for the next final round. Top 4 teams, please join.
टॉप 4 लॉगिन हो जाए और इसके अलावा और कोई लॉगिन ना हो. अब यहाँ से टॉप 2 जाएंगे और 2 टीमें आउट हो जाएंगी. So you have to secure position in top 2, right? It's do and die situation.
Everyone logged in?
जितना क्विक आप अपना करेक्ट आंसर सिक्योर करेंगे उतने ही ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे.
In a study of new TB tests, it is correctly identified 90 of 100 TB patients. What is the test sensitivity?
%90.
KCD, on the top.
A study on post-op wound infection includes only patients with complete records, excluding transfers. What bias is this?
Selection bias.
KCD is again on top.
2 antihypertensive led to equal BP reduction, but the newer caused more side effects. What should be reported? Drugs are equally effective and so on.
KCD ने अपनी पोजीशन सस्टेन की है.
A research edit images in a histopathology study is improved clarity before publishing. The ethic issue involved is
RMC and KMC board teams need to buckle up. KCD is on top. Let's see.
Image manipulation, mispresentation.
Yes, KMC on top.
Which of the following would provide the highest level of evidence for treating diabetic foot ulcers?
ये सबका स्ट्रक है.
RCT.
That question has been skipped, okay? Don't worry.
A reviewer finds the same data set used in two studies by the same author without disclosure. What is this called?
किसका कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा? बाकी 3 टीम्स का है, कनेक्टेड है? आप लोग का भी नहीं है? जिनका इशू है प्लीज खड़े हो जाएं. And the remaining 3 teams you're fine, right? सबका है?
सबका है. ऑडियंस प्लीज़ आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग वाईफाई से लॉग आउट हो जाएं ताकि यहाँ इनको इशू ना हो. जिसका भी कनेक्टेड है वो लॉग आउट हो जाए.
What is the purpose of intention to treat analysis in clinical trials?
Pause, please. They're still not connected.
एक टीम का अभी भी मसला है, इसको पॉज कर दें प्लीज़.
This question will be skipped, don't worry.
study on med students' mental health finds p-value 0.049 for stress reduction after mindful therapy. Its interpretation.
Let's see.
Which type of study is most suitable to detect rare disease, rare side effects of a new medication after it has been marketed? This is the last question. A vaccine trial reports a relative risk of 0.3 for disease in the vaccinated group.
Focus on
What
the
does
last
this
question.
mean?
Let's see the result. Top three, Big Brains, KMC, Neuronoc, and Heber. The fourth one we will see.
Dr. Naheed?
We are re-evaluating the result. Calm down. We are checking it without the questions that had an issue. We're reassessing
Actually,
it.
the result is out of 9 questions. You were supposed to skip 3 questions. So 7 से आपका result आना चाहिए, 9 से नहीं आना चाहिए. Right? So you had 10 in total. The result is out of 9 questions. You were supposed to get the result out of 7 questions. And then we're going to see who has qualified. If that is not possible, I think all 4 should be given an opportunity to proceed to the final round.
ये ज़्यादा better होगा. That would
Sorry?
be better.
नहीं नहीं देखिए राउंड ऐड मत करें, that will consume more time. Allow all 4 to proceed to the finals. Unjust. All 4.
आप सारे चारों के चार टीम जो है नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए क्वालिफाइड हैं बिकॉज टेक्निकल इश्यूज.
All 4 teams have qualified for the final round.
Okay, unfortunately, due to the issues, all 4 teams have qualified for the final round, the championship round. This round will have 10 hard-level questions and 1 minute will be given to answer. All the 4 teams from round 4 join the final level. If there is internet issue, please connect to your backup internet system. We already informed you in an email.
Can you repeat the criteria, Chase, round ke liye? What is the criteria? How many questions?
10 questions and 1 minute again. 10 hard level questions. Yes, 1 minute again, not 45 seconds. Two teams might make the same score in this round, so we also have a tiebreaker round for them. In case there is a tie. Because the answers and the points are given on the speed of your answer. The team that selects the correct answer faster, they get more points.
Fourth group, please log in. Kaun hai fourth group? KCD, please log in.
Which team is missing?
ऑडियंस टीम के साथ काइंडली ना बैठें। एक्सक्यूज मी, ऑडियंस टीम के साथ ना बैठें, आप काइंडली पीछे चले जाएं।
Team KCD, if you have internet issues, please connect to your own internet system. You were informed in the email.
अभी भी टीम मेंबर्स के साथ और लोग बैठे हैं, प्लीज आप लोग चले जाएं।
बच्चे आप लोग ऑडियंस में से यहाँ टीम्स के साथ ना बैठें। एक्सक्यूज मी,
सिर्फ 4 टीम्स हमें चाहिए यहाँ पे। हसीब भी साथ बैठे हैं, हसीब आप भी साइड पे आ जाओ, थोड़ा दूर हो जाओ। हाँ, गुड।
जितनी भी ऑडियंस है वो पीछे चले जाए, ग्रुप में ना बैठे प्लीज।
Please empty one row between the participants and audience. Move back.
KCD, you're done, right? Lock कर दें।
ऑडियंस अपने कॉलेजेस को चीयर करें, उनको मोटिवेट करें कि वो फर्स्ट प्राइज जीतें आपके लिए। KMC की ऑडियंस, KCD की ऑडियंस और RMC की।
In a meta-analysis of 10 RCTs on omega-3 and cardiovascular risk, the I2 statistics is 82%. What does this indicate?
So fast and careful.
Heterogeneity.
KMC neuronauts.
MC-NEMA test is used on a data comparing pre- and post-intervention smoking status. What type of variable is analyzed?
KCD और RMC इतनी आसानी से तो KMC को जीतने नहीं देगी। They need to buckle up. Let's see.
Nominal, paid.
Heber on top.
A diagnostic test has low sensitivity but high specificity. What's the main implication in clinical settings?
थोड़ी सी कोशिश और बिग ब्रेन्स, आप फर्स्ट पे आ सकते हैं। KCD भी गिव अप ना करे।
The test is not useful in ruling.
A study reports statistically significant result. P is less than 0.001, but very small effect size. It implies. Statistically significant, but clinically insignificant.
Let's see. Heber, yes. Big brains, हिम्मत नहीं हारनी। थोड़ा सा और।
In logistic regression, an odds ratio of 0.25 is reported for aspirin use in reducing stroke risk. Its interpretation is
Aspirin reduces risk by 75%.
Khyber ने अपनी पोजीशन सिक्योर रखी है, बिल्कुल हिल नहीं रहे.
A diagnostic test for sepsis has a sensitivity of 60% and specificity of 90%. What does this mean?
Big brains, थोड़ी हिम्मत और. खैबर को हिलाना है उसकी पोजीशन से.
Ushers, please ये साइड से लोगों को हटा दें वहाँ से. There's crosstalk going on. हाँ.
KCD is on top. It's a new thing. खैबर सीधा तीसरे पोजीशन पे.
In a clinical study, the p-value is 0.0498 and the 95% confidence interval for the main outcome is very wide. This suggests
It's a do and die situation. KCD, big brains, खैबर तीनों को equal chance है top position पे आने का. खैबर is on top again. Yes. Clapping.
A trial compares BP at baseline and 6 months after antihypertensive therapy in the same patients. The appropriate test is
Khyber is again on top. KCD or big brains, थोड़ी हिम्मत और.
which scenario would violate the assumptions of repeated measures ANOVA?
Khyber is not going down slow. अपनी position sustain किए हुए है.
last question. A study uses multi-level modeling instead of repeated measures ANOVA. What is the main benefit of multi-level modeling?
Come on, big brains and KCD. Let's see. KCD is on 3. Third, big brains second. And the winner is... You did it! Yes, big round of applause for the Khyber. Awesome! It's mind-blowing.
Congratulations, Team Khyber and Team KCD. The winners will get their awards and certificates tomorrow in the closing ceremony. The participants can get their certificates from the desk outside. I would like to call Dr. Mukhtiar Zaman and Dr. Nasir to distribute the shields for the judges.
Dr. Musharraf Jilani, please come on the stage. He's not here.
Dr. Sabeen Nasir, Associate Dean Research, Jinnah Medical College. Dr. Najma Basir. She is currently a member of editorial board of Khyber Medical University and advances in basic medical sciences.
Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum. Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum was the head of research at Rahman Medical College in Peshawar.
Dr. Liaquat. Please, a big round of applause for everyone.
Participants can get their certificates from the desk outside.
Behind the scenes, ensuring that everything runs seamlessly in our dedicated team of facilitators, they have worked tirelessly to make this event possible and will be on hand to assist any technical requirements. Let's acknowledge their commitment and efforts with a warm round of applause, please. Dr. Marukh Ikram Shah, she is our team head today. Dr. Nahid Masood, Dr. Fatma Zulfikar. Everyone please clap.
Dr. Maria Rahmat.
Dr. Malaika Khan. Thank you everyone. Again, the winners will get their awards and certificates tomorrow in the closing ceremony. The participants can get their certificates from the table outside.
Be seated, everyone. We are starting off with the plenary session 2 of the 3rd International Conference. Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me, Dr. Maheen Khan, Senior Registrar, Prosthodontics Department at Rahman College of Dentistry, to serve as your host for this prestigious occasion. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that we welcome you to the plenary session 2 of the 3rd International Conference of Health and Research hosted by Rahman Medical Institute. The event offers a great opportunity to present healthcare-related research, fostering collaboration and networking among participants. It is my honor to invite the chair of this session to the stage, Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, Principal, Rahman Medical College, and Dr. Fumagali. Please join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Today we are honored to hear from distinguished speakers who are leaders in their fields, sharing their insights on crucial areas of science, medicine, and research. Our first speaker is Dr. Samiullah, a consultant at pharmacist. Sorry. Our first speaker today is Professor Dr. Wasim, a professor and head of Department of Medical Laboratory Technology at the Faculty of Rehabilitation and Allied Health Sciences, Rifa International University, Islamabad, Pakistan. He'll share his knowledge on stem cells and regenerative medicine, pioneering discoveries in basic science. Please welcome Professor Wasim.
Okay, thank you so much for the introductions. So delighted to be here to talk about Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So thank you for the nice introductions and delighted to be here to talk about my favorite cells. And it might be a funny thing to say because people have favorite place, favorite animals, favorite color. I actually have a favorite cell, that is stem cells. So stem cells have two amazing properties. Next slide, please. So stem cells have two amazing properties. They can make up, proliferate and make copy of their cells, and they have cell renewal ability, and they can also differentiate to different type of cells, and they can be utilized to treat the degenerative diseases. So globally, the research community utilizing different type of stem cells, embryonic stem cell, induced pluripotent stem cell. So one of the stem cells is adult stem cells, and they are bone marrow derived stem cells. So they can treat different degenerative disease, for example, diabetes. So these bone marrow derived stem cells can treat the autoimmune aspect as well as the degenerative aspect of the disease. So stem cells have as one of the alternative options to treat the diabetes. So we can also genetically modify the stem cells to differentiate into beta cells to insulin secreting cells. So this is just the last month diabetes prevalence report globally, and this meeting happened in Thailand, and in these data it was reported that globally the diabetic patients are around 588 million. And by the end of 2050, the prevalence rate can increase significantly. But you can see here in the image, in Southeast Asia, the prevalence rate high as compared to other regions globally. So the alarming sign for us is that in Pakistan, the prevalence of diabetes around means increased 33.6%, and if compared to other countries, so Pakistan has the highest diabetes prevalence rate. And despite the prevalence, around 60% people did not receive proper treatment. So these highlights the significant gap in diabetes management and care. So globally, diabetes patient can be treated through pancreas transplantation, islet transplantation, and oral or injectable insulin. So despite the positive outcome, these approaches can still face some limitation, means shortage of donor, immune suppressions, and injectable insulin cannot properly regulate the blood glucose level. So the alternative option, cell replacement therapy, is bone marrow derived stem cells. As I mentioned in the previous slide, that the bone marrow derived stem cells can treat the autoimmune aspect as well as the degenerative aspects, and they can properly regulate the blood glucose level following the stem cell transplantation. So on the basis of all these properties, so the hypothesis that following the beta cell damage, the endogenous bone marrow derived stem cell can mobilize and home toward the pancreas, and then they can regenerate, they can enhance the regeneration of beta cell and STG-induced diabetic mouse.
So, and also the transplantation of bone marrow derived hematopoietic as well as mesenchymal stem cell can reverse diabetes following transplantation into diabetic mice. And by the help of genetic modification, we can also differentiate the mesenchymal stem cells into insulin producing cells. So in order to prove these hypotheses, we performed different experiments. So in the first experiment, we determined the endogenous mobilizations of bone marrow derived stem cells following damage in the pancreas. So here in the image, you can see so you can see that we induce the diabetes through streptozotocin, and we injected streptozotocin subcutaneously, 35 milligram per kg at day 1, at day 5 days old pups. And the mice we utilized for this study were genetically modified stem cells, means all the bone marrow derived hematopoietic stem cells were genetically tagged with the yellow fluorescent protein to track the expressions of hematopoietic stem cells in the damaged pancreas. And then we sacrifice the mice at different interval of time at day 10 following the STZ, at day 21, 40, and 130 to quantify the HSC and MSC. So on the left side, you can see that the mesenchymal stem cells following the beta cell damage, you can see the significant expressions of mesenchymal stem cells in the exocrine compartment as well as around the pancreatic duct and around islets. While on the right side, you can see the hematopoietic stem cells, and the hematopoietic stem cells were genetically modified with yellow fluorescent proteins, so we can track through GFP antibody. So the green fluorescent protein, the hematopoietic stem cells expression can be seen within islets, around the pancreatic duct, and around the islets. So significant expressions were found within the islets. So the hematopoietic stem cells can infiltrate into the islet, while the mesenchymal stem cells were not able to infiltrate the islet, but significant expressions were found in the exocrine compartment. So in this slide, you can see the time course mesenchymal expression. We utilized stain with CD44 as one of the surface marker, while for the hematopoietic stem cells with the help of YFE, green fluorescent protein. So these expressions were found, means just in case of mesenchymal stem cells up to day 10 and day 20, while in case of hematopoietic stem cells, expressions were found at day 40 and day 130. And we also try to determine the change in beta cell mass after the STG. So in case of the STG treated mice, no such significant increase in the beta cell mass were found, but significant increase in the MSC and hematopoietic stem cells expressions were found in the damaged pancreas. So these results conclude that if there is any damage, the endogenous bone marrow derived stem cells can mobilize and can infiltrate the damaged pancreas, and then it is possible that they can regenerate and they can increase the beta cell mass. So in the second experiment, we induced the type 1 diabetes in not SCID mice, and then we treated the not SCID diabetic mice through transplantations of stem cells, and the stem cell we utilized here were from the genetically modified stem cells. For hematopoietic stem cells, then we used the GFP antibody to track the transplanted cells, while for the mesenchymal stem cells, we used the donor mice and injected this donor MSC into the female recipient mice, and then we tracked through in situ hybridization through Y chromosome. And then we sacrifice at different time course at day 7, day 14, day 21, and day 40 to quantify the glycemia, insulin, and beta cell mass. So, in this image, you can see in view the complete protocol, how we transplanted the stem cells into North-Scale diabetic mice. So, firstly, we anesthetized the mice with isoflurane, and then we exposed the pancreas and spleen, and then we did micro-injections around 150 microliter. Total were 1 million equal number of mesenchymal as well as hematopoietic stem cells. Then pancreas was puffed up, then we repositioned and closed the incision, and then we applied the tissue adhesive. So in these three pictures, you can see the hematopoietic stem cells tracking following the transplantations of stem cells and to the recipient type 1 diabetic mice. And we also determine the beneficial effect of mesenchymal as well as hematopoietic stem cells that on how they can control the glucose tolerance. So we sacrifice a different interval of time at day 10, day 21, and day 28. And then we perform the intraperitoneal glucose tolerance test. Before testing, we measure the fasting blood glucose level. Then we injected intraperitoneally the 2 gram per kg oral glucose, and then we measure the blood glucose level at different interval of time after 5 minutes, 15, 30, 60, then up to 120 minutes to measure the glucose tolerance rate. So you can see the beneficial effect on glucose tolerance in case of mesenchymal stem cells. So just within following 7 days, the significant glucose tolerance were observed. You can see that the following oral glucose, the glucose level goes up, then in different interval of time, then it goes down. While in case of hematopoietic stem cells, this beneficial effect were found after 3 weeks. So, and therefore, we also measure the area under the curve. So in case of mesenchymal stem cells, the decrease in area under curves were observed in case of MSC treated, while in case of HSC and MSC at day 21, decrease in the area under the curve were found. We also measure the serum insulin. So in case of MSC treated, the significant increase in insulin were found in case of MSC, while such significant increase was not observed in case of HSC treated stem cell mice. While the beta cell mass, so for the beta cell mass, we measure the beta cell mass. So in case of HSC, the significant increase in beta cell mass were found, while increase in beta cell mass were not observed in case of MSC. So in either to determine the compartment that lead to increase in beta cell mass, so we determine the isolate number of isolate in isolate cluster. So isolate number increase were found in case of HSC. No such increase in isolate number were observed in case of MSC, so that can link with the increase in beta cell mass. Then in the third one, we try to determine that either the increase in isolate number or the beta cell was due to proliferation or not. So we stand with the Ki67, one of the proliferation markers. So the significant expressions were found in case of HSC. So these are just representative image of insulin staining and STG control, HSC and MSC treated. And these are the endothelial CD31 expression marker in case of MSC and STG and control. So in order to conclude that it's my dream that when diabetics who have to test the blood glucose level as well as the insulin level, and instead will take some stem cells, and then they will differentiate to pancreatic beta cells, and then we will transplant these beta cells into the type 1 diabetic patients, and then they can give them normal glucose level, freedom from insulin injection, and the type 1 patient then can live normal life like other children. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. So this study was performed in Canada and St. Joseph Hospital, one of the second largest hospital. And at the top, you can see the Lawson Health Research Institute. So we performed the whole experiment here in this hospital. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Professor Anna, a distinguished scientist serving as the Deputy Scientist Director of the Institute of Cytology at the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Head of Laboratory of Regenerative Biomedicine. She'll speak on genomics, proteomics, and beyond, new frontiers in basic science. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Anna.
Okay, so in the pause, I must to say that I am absolutely grateful to the organizers and to Nazir, who invited me in your beautiful country. My stay here completely changed my opinion on your country, and I will transfer it to as many people as I could. Thank you very much for your warmness. So let's briefly discuss the proteomics, transcriptomics, and other omics methods that are now widely accepted in many research labs. And we think that it's very powerful methods that allow us to go inside the nature, but I will discuss mainly which restrictions we have using these methods. So if we come to the beginning of science, Aristotle already has noticed and has written that we are the whole, we are not one point and one thing. We are a whole thing, and the nature is whole thing, and we need to look at the things as to the wholes. For many years, for many centuries, science was hypothesis-driven. So a scientist was thinking about something, he was observing something, and then he was implying something, and then he was proving the hypothesis. While now the things are changed a little bit, and we having our main paradigm of gene expression, we now, so first we, does it move actually? Could you give me next slide, please? Yes, so when we had this hypothesis approach, we looked at some points in our research and proved our hypothesis or didn't prove it. But this, of course, was restricted by our experimental design and by our possibilities. Now we move mostly in many, I would say, in many research plans, we moved to the discovery-driven research. What it means? We just look. What is it? We look at at some things. We look at the data, trying to find something in this data. These are two different approaches that could give us different ideas. And now the science is organized in a way when we not only test hypotheses, but we just analyze the data. And we think that we explore all the data, but this is not true, because we don't know all the data. So I just mentioned that scientific paradigms, they move now, so they moved from just observational science to analytical science, but this changed our approaches and our science a lot. If we are talking about big data, we now today we mean 4 big groups of data, namely when we analyze DNA, RNA, or protein, or metabolites, we have 4 big omics, which are genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. And many researchers are now concentrated on analyzing this data. But do this data really give us the picture of what we are looking at? So this is just a case of one of the omics. This is transcriptomics. This is single-cell transcriptomics, which allows us not analyze all the genes of a tissue or a tissue sample or another sample, but to analyze the sample cell by cell and to see all the transcriptomic profiles of the cells that compose the given tissue. And the next level of the development of this technology is, yes. It's further development, it's spatial transcriptomics, which allows us to organize the cells in a space. Do all this precise data give us the whole picture? So this all data should be combined one with another, and in general, they should not be used alone, but sometimes people use this data alone, and this doesn't give the whole picture. And we need to combine all this data to look at the whole picture. But can we combine this data? Actually, it's very difficult because we deal with still with experimental design, and we are restricted by the time points that we use in our experiments, by gathering the data, by analyzing samples, by processing samples. So we should understand when we look at the big data that this data has a lot of restrictions. And besides all this omics data, we need to take into account that molecules do interact into the living cell. And also, when we analyze the complicated big data, we need to use bioinformatics, and we need to remember that bioinformatics approaches could be very, very different depending on a concrete person and on a concrete pipeline that is used. And so analyzing the data could also influence our view on what we are looking at. And the biggest problem is that when we look at the big data, we know that we are like chasing a moving target because of restrictions, again, to sample size, to sample time, to time points, and to things like this. So analyzing big data, we need to have this in mind. And also, when we compare 4 omics, we should know that they have different coverage. For example, transcriptomics is mostly covers deeply almost all transcriptomes, while proteomics and metabolomics only takes into account the major proteins, and this is still restricted by the apparate that we use. So identifying all the pieces to have the whole picture, it's like having a puzzle. And you know, when you have a very big puzzle with tiny details, it's very difficult to organize it in a whole picture. But we can do it. And we can do it, and we can have the whole picture, but I should emphasize that science now is on the stage when we only have relative image. Could we come to the whole image? I personally believe that we are far away from the whole picture because we don't know a lot of things, but still we do know a lot of things, so this will these first two steps in assembling the puzzle will definitely lead us. The last one? Okay, it was the last one. So this assembling this puzzle will definitely lead us to understanding the whole picture, which we call systemic biology and systemic explanation of the cell biology, which then will lead us to nice medicine and to helping people. So thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next distinguished speaker is Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali, a highly respected urologist at the Institute of Kidney Disease, Hayatabad Medical Complex. He is the founding director of the Urology Disease Registry of Pakistan. His topic is, without research, you are another person with an opinion, understanding research as a scale of academic excellence. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali. Sir, you have 10 minutes allocated for your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, RMI, for holding this beautiful conference. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, the participants over here. Thank you so much for the introduction by. So first of all, I had to make this disclaimer that this is a pure educational presentation with no conflict of interest, and after hearing such a very good presentations on the genomics and regenerative medicine, I also give a disclaimer that the more I live, the more I learn, the more I learn, the more I realize that the less I know. So this is, I call this not a research conference, I call it a plateau symposium. Because so many stakeholders, the key speakers come here and speak about a very important aspect of the life, and that is the research. And we admit this thing, especially my generation, the millennium generation, admit this thing that the research is the Achilles heel of our generation. And it is the most astounding that it is a very much encouraging subject for the Gen Z. So that is very encouraging. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have we have to be aware of falling into the valley of death. There are two valleys of death. One is biomedical research, one is called as clinical research and clinical practice. So if the biomedical research does not inculcate into the clinical research, and the clinical research is not reflected in clinical practice, we fall in the valley of death. Because the ultimate goal is the improved health of the community. So very strangely speaking, there's an article published in BMJ that the 78% of the author do not practice what they have published. So that is basically the valley of death, why we are not improving. All we know, this is the evidence hierarchy of the evidence base, you know, and systemic reviews is considered as the highest at the top. But even beyond this systemic review is evidence-based medicine. Now, it's important that the top is the evidence-based medicine. Now, I put a question to the audience that according to the EUA and the AUA guidelines, being a urologist, of 2025, they say cotrimoxazole and fosfomycin is the first-line treatment for UTI. If the resistant pattern is more than in one area, then use ampicillin. And if the resistant pattern is more than 10% in that area, use fluoroquinolones. These are the guidelines of the AUA and the EUA, European guidelines, American guidelines. But abhi dilkash hai tera husn magar kya kijiye? Hum kya kare? This is the, you know, a very sad picture of our own anti-biogram of HMC and IKD, where the ciprofloxacin is resistant in 73% of the cases. And all of these red markers shows that we have hit the era of the antimicrobial resistance. So should we follow the research of what they have done, or should we have our own immersive, reflective and relevant research? And that's why I say, without data, you are another person with an opinion. And after knocking the door at so many places for years and years, finally we signed the MOU and we launched the Urology Disease Registry of the Pakistan. In Karachi I was there, and I also give you a good news, Mr. Chair. Then from 2 months onwards, the MR number of all the countrymen of the Pakistan will be their CNIC number. Because this is a big undertaking. आपके साथ पाक मेडिकल सेंटर है, वहाँ आप एक्सरे कराएं, उसका एक और एमआर नंबर होता है. आपके यहाँ कुछ और एमआर नंबर होगा और एचएमसी में कुछ और एमआर नंबर होगा. Now all the people will be having the same MR number, and that will be their CNIC card. So we need academia and workplace to define. We need worthy professors over here, because when there is no definition except the abstract. So the questions are, the academic excellence is basically embedded in the, I think वो मैं organizer से कहूँगा थोड़ा time ज़रा वो करने को ये काम नहीं करना अच्छा. 10 minutes का जो है, it is not working properly. So the academic excellence is embedded in the emblem of divinity, which is basically a dot. The gnosis of the decimal. कहते हैं एक नुक्ते में जज्ब हो जाए, एक नुक्ते से ही बिखर जाए. So the questions over here we want to solve is what is academic excellence? Is it achievable? How to foster a nourishing environment for the research in achieving academic excellence, and is it quantifiable? Because we believe that there is nothing less, should be nothing less than the academic excellence. Next, please. Academic excellence is demonstrated ability to perform, achieve, or to excel in scholarly activities, not only the grades. Here I gives a full marks to all the presenter, the quiz competitors. That is not only the grades. You excel in everything. You excel in a scholarly activities. Next, please. Because the Aristotle says we are what we repeatedly do. Therefore, excellence is not an act, but it is a habit, and it should be a habit. Next, please. So can we achieve it? Yes, please. We can achieve it by adopting the Maslow hierarchy of need. We have to encourage Maslow hierarchy of need. We have to encourage our students We have to encourage our residents. We have to encourage with a full round of applause. Please join me for all those students and residents who have presented in this, who have presented the science in the UMR of the PMC, the UMR over here. And I must, request the judges also not to disappoint the very bright students by asking the question which was from our ages. So we adopt the Maslow hierarchy of need. These students will transcend to the highest level and they can fly. Next, please. So research is the most important pillar of this academic excellence. I say, la porte de l'enneva. The research is the gateway to the future. So it should be very relevant to the problem of the community, and not only clinical but also to the basic sciences. Next, please. So how to foster a research ecosystem? Mashallah, RMI has taken the lead, the PMC, KMC is very good in taking the lead, our KGMC is also working very hard on it. G, please. Next, please. So you ensure a learning conducive environment for all the academic activities, including the research. So be a mentor in the research. Next, please. And you have to take small steps that have a bigger impact, like innovation, partnership development, collaborate. Invest in postgraduates, first in the undergraduates, then in the postgraduates, and now in the faculty because they want to get promotions. And teach research using multiple cognition theory. Next, please. Abhi innovate ke liye kya hua? Therefore, the innovation in the research, we have to go for translational research. We have to go to genomics, proteomics, and nanotechnology so as to make it more good. So it should be relevant. This should be a quality research as well. It should have impactful research that can be practiced. Next, please. And then it's important that as an old African saying that it takes more than one person to make a path. Next, please. So these are the collaboration. You have to collaborate with multiple organizations. G. Next, please. So these are the partnership. These are the partnership which we have made in this 10-12 years. Next, please. And these are our international partners. Next, please. So when we say invest in the research, so this is that we have been doing biannual research module, make it a part of the curriculum since 2012. Next, please. So more than we have 80 publications by the residents and the students. All my residents have passed CHR and CHP. Every resident has to present mandatory, and the students in the conferences, mashallah. Next, please. And teach the research using multiple cognition theory in form of the sound, videos, and everything. Next, please. Next, please. I'll skip on the video over here. Next, please. I'm just coming to the end. So there is how to quantify it. कि हम कहाँ खड़े हैं. So research में the UNDP framework है, that is very good, which we can adopt. Next, please. So this is the formula of the quantification. Level 1 is the institution, individual work and discipline of supervised by seniors. And high level, my chair and co-chair, recognized as expert, internationally known as mentor, research, innovative leader and scholar. Next, please. Now you search yourself. That's why I say these undergrads and the postgrads are my Spartans. You search yourself over here, that where do you lie? Like the presentation of paper in the national level C, then the level D, in which you become the member of the editorial board. So your research credential goes higher. And the membership of the editorial board, an invitation to the referee, plenary speaker, These are the level 5. Next, please. And how you get the recognition. मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा कि आपने ये किया था? You have to present these certificates. Evidence of having been conducted a program. जिन लोगों ने ये research conference organize की, उनके पास एक conference certificate होगा कि they have organized. This is the evidence. And recognition of esteem. If you are invited as a speaker in the plenary session, abroad, as the judge, chair, co-chair. So this is basically the evidence that yes, you have achieved that 5 levels. Next, please. So here I conclude that the research is the integral part of the academic excellence, is a dream of every professional. It is achievable and quantifiable, and it is the implementation of the research program is very much, because as said by Sir Alexander Graham Bell, that great discoveries and improvement invariably involves the cooperation of the many minds. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think there will be panel discussion, the question answer later. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker for this plenary session is Dr. Fozia Ali. She has served for more than 38 years as a nurse educator, researcher, and administrative member. She has worked in various positions and countries to strengthen nursing education. Her topic is Advancing Patient-Centered Research, Bridging Evidence with Practice. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fozia Ali. Ma'am, you have 10 minutes allocated for your lecture. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for the opportunity which was given to me by the organizing committee and the leaders of this institution. The fortunate part of my presentation is I am a nurse, and I'm going to talk about how patient-centered research or care is critical for research, and what are we doing in regard to progressing and achieving those goals. Okay, so the objective which I'm going to cover basically would cover exploring the patient-centered research. We are going to analyze the shift which has taken care in healthcare paradigm. We are going to discuss the role, how to bridge the gap. And finally, we'll talk about the future implication of patient-centered care. And finally, we'll talk something about the significant and the barriers, because sometimes it's important to talk on the barriers to overcome those. And finally, we'll talk about, if we have time, about globally, because what I feel is we are talking about regionally, but there are some implications globally also, which would impact our practices. And finally, we are going to evaluate, and maybe this may not be a significant time, but it's important to evaluate the patient-centered research in bridging the evidence with the practice, because whatever my previous researchers have talked, once when you have research, it has to be implemented to the right population, contextualized. Yes, next, please. So just to give into a definition to understand that when we talk about patient-centered research, what does it refers to? And what we are talking about is patient-centered research refers to any research which is relevant to your client. The client may be in hospital, the client may be in community, using those scientific approaches to collect data. Now, what we are talking about, that what is the importance? Why are we so much focused about it? Because it has to be relevant and appropriate, because the interventions have to be focused on that particular person. So I'm just highlighting that there was a research done, and the example highlights that if it is focusing on the patient, the intervention and the outcomes have a positive impact. Yes? So we are now talking about that there is a paradigm shift in the healthcare, and what we are talking about is historically, When we were talking about, the focus was much more on the disease-centric, where disease was our priority, but with the change in the healthcare system, with the globalization, now our focus is client, the patient, the community. So the more focus has gone into what are the needs of our patient and how can we meet those needs based on the geographical location. Okay, so there is a case study which you can review later on. Yes, next. So what we are talking about is there are some core principles to be attached with the client-centered research. And one of the most important things with the client-centered research we are talking about is respect for autonomy. So what we are talking about is the respect for an individual who is participating in care with us. We need to respect the individuality. As somebody was talking about, there are some sensitive topic in research, and how do we ensure the privacy of the individual people? Number two is, which we are talking about, it's very important to have collaboration, multidisciplinary approach, because one person cannot make a change. So what we are talking about, research and healthcare providers must work together, integrate patients' feedback in both clinical practice and research design, because the research design would determine the positive outcomes of what is intended as an outcome. And there is an example which was highlighted that if we integrate the core principles, what is the outcome in the research? Yes? Now, what are we talking about in this slide is, what are some of the challenges which we would see in patient-centered care? One is, sometimes what we see is patient may have different preferences, and this is what happens because of the knowledge gap, because of the accessibility of the information from the healthcare providers. The choices are made differently. So we are talking about the preferences. Sometimes we are talking and covering the communication barrier. Now the communication barrier tends to be one of the other important component in the client-centered research. So what we are talking about is sometimes there are language barriers, there is a health literacy barrier, and culture differences. And if we hear since morning, the culture plays a critical role. And the other last component is the biases in the research, and what it talks about is what is the approach, what type of research methodology we are selecting, and why are we focused about clinical trials only? Because being a nurse, sometimes you want to do much more of exploratory research, or maybe use some more concepts, phenomenology, ethnography, because this is what you want to explore. Yes. Can we go next? Okay, so there are 5 A's in evidence-based practices, and we are talking about, if somebody talks about the evidence-based in research, we are talking about ask, apply, acquire, appraise, and assess. Yes? Now this slide is talking about how do you bridge with the practice, with the gap. So what it's talking about is, and why does it matter for us? So the gap continues to delay in adopting effective treatments and innovation. So it is very important to overcome that gap, okay? Now we are talking about, I have a couple of slides which talks about, but I will run to the last slide to summarize the context. So can we go 3, 4 more slides? Okay, we are good. You can keep on going. Okay. You can have the slides just to review, because this is the information which has 2 components. I had prepared on evidence-based and the patient care research, so that's why it became a longer one. Can we go further? Okay. This slide I wanted to highlight, which talks about the barriers to bridge evidence to practice. And the most important thing which we are talking in couple of days since we are all here, one is the most important thing is the systemic barrier. Now the question is, what are this systemic barrier? Who creates them? And how can we overcome those systemic barriers? So now we are talking about the barriers in regard to the healthcare system, the policy makers. We are talking about the barriers in regard to the patient. We are talking about the issues in healthcare providers, right? And there was a study to give us more evidence. Yes, we can go. Akhri wali slide. Okay, you can read about the use of technology where we are talking about artificial intelligence and the role of artificial intelligence in overcoming, and I think so a couple of researchers highlighted that if we want to combat and to make sure that the healthcare is coming across, what are some of the strategies which we need to do that? These are some of the strategies to overcome that. It's very important to collaborate, to educate healthcare people to achieve the goal which we are talking about, patient care centered. This slide talks about advocating, and I think so it's the most important, powerful slide which talks about how important it is to advocate for your patient's right, for yourself, for your community. I won't go into funding and policy support system because I think so we have been talking, but those are even important indicators to make change in the research. This particularly slide talks about ethical consideration because whenever we talk about any issues, the most important thing is when we talk about patients' research, the informed consent, the sensitivity, are the most important thing. I don't want to receive the third form. Bhaiya, can you do the last slide? Only last. I wanted to share. Okay, we won't go into takeaways. Okay, ek aur aakhri. I wanted to share this picture, which is my house 2 weeks ago before coming to Pakistan. I live in Edmonton, so I wanted to share the snow which I had. And I was at -15. So I wanted to bring some of the snow from there so that you feel a little bit cold and comfort that how blessed you are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our last speaker is Dr. Sabiullah, consultant and pharmacist, Sweden, with extensive experience in the application of quantitative approaches in drug discovery and development. He will present on the topic From Molecules to Medicine, Innovation in Drug Discovery and Development. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sabiullah. He's joining us online.
traditional landscape. Hello? I guess.
Hello, sir. Dr. Samiullah, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you start it from the beginning? As we couldn't hear you, there was some connectivity issue.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for that. I know that organizing hybrid conference is the most difficult thing to do in the world. I have seen it many times. So yeah, I will start from the beginning and just let me know once if there is a connectivity issue. So I will start again. So thank you very much for inviting me for this talk. We will discuss how the drugs are discovered and developed, and how are the current innovation changing this landscape. So my name is Sami, and I'm a pharmacist by background. I did my PhD from University of Bonn in pharmacometrics, and then I joined Prometheus as a consultant. Prometheus is a consultancy company which is specialized in model-informed drug development, and we support many clients in small and big pharma and biotech companies. I don't have anything to declare in terms of conflict of interest. This is agenda for today. So we will start with how the drugs are discovered and developed today. So the traditional landscape and what are key challenges in there. And then there are various innovations which is transforming the landscape. So we should be aware of them. And finally, I will discuss a couple of case studies from the model-informed drug development, which is my area of specialty. And I will conclude with a few takeaways. So how are drugs discovered today? So first of all, we identify a disease we want to cure or we want to treat. So very generally speaking, there are 20 to 80,000 proteins in our body, and any surplus or deficiency in any one of them usually cause a disease. So we want to identify that protein. That is called target discovery. So once we identify that protein, we want to hit it with the molecule, which will later on become a drug. So this is called hit generation. We call at this stage it is hit because we want to hit the target. So once you have those hits available, they can be like in tens of thousands, 10,000 molecules. But not all molecules can be converted to drugs. So not all molecules are druggable. So you have to modify them so that they have reasonable absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion properties. And after that, so until this stage, these four blocks, this is called drug discovery. So now, until now, we were discovering the drugs. Now we have discovered the drug and optimized them, and now we will try them in animal models. So before going into human, we want to test that whether the drug is safe and efficacious in animals. And we usually start with small animals like mice, rodents, and then dogs and chimpanzee and so on. Once we are sure that the drug is safe and efficacious in animals, we will go to humans. And then there are clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 1 is usually to check the safety in healthy subjects. Then in phase 2, we check the efficacy in small number of patients. And then in the phase 3, we want to check in thousands of patients to confirm that the drug really works. And the adverse drug reactions, they are reasonable and they are okay in light of our disease. And once we have done this, we give application to the FDA and EMA. They will approve our drug, hopefully. Once this is done, then we will send our drug to the market, and then phase 4 studies continue. So one thing to note here is this a very long adventure. So it takes 10 to 15 years to complete this process, and then it costs around $2.6 billion per drug to reach to the market. How big is this amount? IMF program for 5 years for Pakistan was $6 billion. So, but there are many challenges in the drug development. One is the high attrition rate. So we start a process with around 10,000 compounds, and only one of them reach to the market. So it's a huge adventure. And the biggest amount of money spent here on those 5 compounds in the clinical development. This is the most expensive part of the drug discovery and development. So if 4 of the 5 drugs go into the dustbin, then you are wasting a lot of money and your time. Secondly, there is a translational gap. So if a drug is effective in mouse, it is not necessary that it would also be effective in human. And same for the adverse effects. So this translation, there's a huge translational gap. Time and cost, I already talked about. There are regulatory hurdles. There is a concept of personalized medicine, but at the moment it's too complex to understand. There are many innovations going on. I have listed few of them, and of course, in the best interest of time, I will not go into all of them, but I will discuss a few of those innovations. So first of all, the precision medicine. Precision medicine is getting more and more attention nowadays. It's a medical approach that tailors treatment according to the individual characteristics of the patient, rather than one size fits all. So based on their genes, environment, lifestyle, and biology, every patient has got a specific treatment. So think of moving as a paradigm shift, like what works for most of the people to what works for this person. So say, for example, if you are giving patients same treatment to all of them at the same dose, for example, so some of them will get benefit, some will not, and some will get adverse reaction. However, theoretically speaking, if we tailor their treatment according to their biology, their genes, their lifestyle characteristics, then hopefully all of them get their individual treatment and individual doses so that all of them can get benefits. Think of it as an example for infectious diseases, like we do the HIV genotyping before choosing the antiretroviral therapy. So yeah, personalized medicine, precision medicine, these are the same thing. The second thing is the CRISPR and gene therapy, because now with the CRISPR technique, you can modify the DNA of the patient to some extent, so you can replay, copy and paste the genes which you want to change. So one big example is the one-time treatments as a gene therapy. So you can correct the gene where there is a mutation with another gene which is like the correct gene. So for these are the example, like in sickle cell disease, Casgevy is the approved drug for beta thalassemia. It's Zynteglo for SMA, Zolgensma, and so on. The next innovation is the messenger RNA vaccine. These are a revolutionary type of vaccine that uses messenger RNA. So the patient gets the messenger RNA to instruct his cells to produce a foreign protein, which is considered by our immune system as a foreign and against which the antibodies are developed. So these are the mRNA vaccine. They are easy to develop. So they are quite speedy, they are flexible, and they are very safe. And the best example is the COVID-19 Moderna's or the Pfizer's vaccine for the COVID-19 prevention. And there is a lot of hype about artificial intelligence and machine learning, and this hype is not fake. This is reality. That AI is not coming, it is already there. So it is a field of computer science which develops softwares and computer systems such that they are able to perform tasks which normally would require a human intelligence. So, and then the machine learning is like a process which learns from the past data to improve over time. So the more data comes, the more better it gets to make a decision and to solve problems and think analytically. So like all other fields, it is also used in the drug discovery and development, in the target identification, the compound screening, and also predicting the adverse effects. One drug which has been totally developed by AI is rentosertib. It is designed by the in silico medicine for the treatment of IPF, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, and it took only 18 months from the beginning until phase 1. So now the drug is in phase 2, and if it is approved, this will be the first drug to be completely developed by a pharma AI platform. So it's a completely AI drug in the computer based on his biology, physiology, and disease progression. So it will use data of the patient like medical history, genetics, lab results, imaging, wearable device data, behavioral data. It will be put into the computer, so it will have like an image of the patient. And then before giving a treatment to the real patient, it will be given to this digital patient on the computer and see how beneficial it could be. If the risk-benefit ratio is good, favorable, then this will be given to the patient, otherwise not. I don't know if there is any clinical use currently, but of course in the drug discovery and development, this is used to reduce the use of animals as well as humans in the clinical trial. Digital twins is getting more and more common. And I think it can be considered to be coming in the clinic as well. The last innovation I want to talk about is also my specialty is in silico and model informed drug development. because during each of those steps in the drug development, you have to make decision, and every decision whether to go with this drug in the next stage or not is very important. So for this, computer simulations become more important. So just think of it, why do we need models? So because if you, in the car industry, usually they would do the experiments to check their safety feature, if those safety features are working. So if they do it like 4 or 5 times, I don't think they would want to do it more because it's so expensive to destroy so many cars. But with the computer simulations, if you know certain parameters like speed of the car, the air resistance, the quality of your material, then with some uncertainty, you can do those experiments in computer millions of times, and you can check millions of scenarios. And once you are done with it, you have some certainty in your experiments, then you can do it once or twice just to check if the computer simulations are correct. So these are the models, and these models, like in car industries, are used almost in every industry, like in aeroplane industry, like in economics. Yeah, so you just name it. So it's the same in the same way it is used in the drug development, and then we call it model-informed drug development. So there is a model, a computer model of the drug, which informs the decisions. And there are 3 approaches used, but in the best interest of time, I will not go into that. But I will show you a couple of case studies how in Prometheus we solved such problem using models. So we had a drug X for which we had dose already calculated in adults. So now what dose we should give in the pediatrics? Because pediatrics are not small adults. They are completely different creatures. They have different physiology, right? And many differences as compared to the adults. So what we did, we calculated the exposure which was effective in adults, and then through computer simulation calculated the dose which would be effective to get that exposure in the children. So by this way, using pharmacokinetic parameters, we were able to calculate the dose in pediatrics. And there were 2 studies FDA had recommended, and one of those studies was waived off by the FDA. So this means that we save $2 to $4 million. And the second case study I want to give is about the modeling through for QTc study waiver. So generally, some drugs can cause QT prolongation, and FDA and the regulatory authorities do not want that. So you have to prove, or you have to convince them that your drug is not doing that. So for that, generally you will do a thorough QT study, which costs millions of dollars. But in case of modeling, you can model the phase 1 study. You can model concentration versus QTc, and with a linear model, you can check that if the change from baseline corrected for placebo is less than 10 milliseconds, then you can conclude that your drug is not prolonging the QT interval. And we did this in this drug X for this, and then the thorough QT study was waived off. This is the same slide I presented in the beginning, and this just to show that all these innovations, they are currently used in different phases of the drug development. So the key takeaway is that there is now in the drug discovery era, especially, there is integration across biology, computation, and engineering. Thus, there is a need for hybrid education, and because RMI is a big institute for education, so they should also consider providing hybrid education, so you don't need you don't just teach medicine, but also statistics, computer science, and also a little bit of machine learning, AI to a student, because AI is taking jobs, and many people will get jobless in the future if they don't know AI and machine learning and computer science and coding. So yeah, in the best interest of time, I would say that personalized medicine, digital twins, and gene therapies, they are getting more and more attention from the scientists and the clinicians. And I will finish with this this quote, which I got from the ChatGPT, is that the future of medicine is being written in code, cells, and silicon. Your feedback is very important for us. So if you have 30 seconds, just write this address in your browser or scan the QR code and send us your feedback. It will just take 30 seconds. And but if you have any questions or any you want to discuss anything, feel free to send me email on this address. And thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Nasir and Professor Saeed Farooq for the shield distribution ceremony.
Can the chairperson have a comment, please?
Yes, please.
I will have a short comment, if you don't mind. This has been a very interesting session. It's been a very interesting session. I appreciate all the talk. And I would like to say that we have been presented with problems. And at the end, I'm not with solution, but I have extra problems, which is good. And starting from Professor Ali, it was nice to be reinforced an idea that personal opinion is the last thing we should consider, and literature and reading and studying is the most important part of our profession. Evidence-based medicine is important, but do not forget that there is also the real-world medicine, which is somehow bound to what Dr. Ali has said, because focusing on patient, doing research focusing on patient reminds me that most of the data we have in the pharmacology is based on adult male with no consideration almost of human, and transfer, as we heard, to children is even more difficult. And that raises me the problem that a real aspect, a real innovation that we can do as doctor is to change our mind. Take in consideration all we have, all the data, everything that was said, but accept it as a moment for increasing our doubts, our needs to improve our knowledge of the patient and knowledge of the context where the patient is living. And so I thank you again for all the presentations.
Thank you, sir. First reel goes to Professor Dr. Muhammad Wasim. Professor Anna. Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali. Dr. Fozia Ali. And our chairs, Dr. Femagali. Dr. Mukhtar Zaman. And our session moderator, Dr. Mahin Khan. Thank you, everyone. You're kindly requested to please proceed for lunch, and we'll resume at 2 p.m. for the next session. Yellow ribbon candidates, please proceed to 8th floor, and blue ribbon students, please proceed to 6th floor. QR codes are placed outside the doors. Please scan them and provide your valuable feedback. Thank you so much.
Take the chair seat, I request you. Thank you. Our second chair for the session today is Professor Dr. Ghazala Irfan. She is an electrophysiologist at NICVD Karachi, Director Research and Head of Department of CTU and ICVD. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you, ma'am. From our first speaker today, globally 2% scientist, he is a member of that. He'll be presenting on translating evidence to policy, public health research for renal impact. Sir, please can you take the podium? Please welcome him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks RMI organizer and special Dr. Rahman for inviting me, and chair, co-chair and participant for listening me. I will ensure to complete in 10 minutes. I have although many slides, but I will skip. Translating evidence into policy is easy to say, but it's a big challenge. You have to convince policymakers, you have to convince public, you have to convince each and every person. But before going to policy, you have to collect solid evidence. Next. Scientific evidence. When we say scientific evidence, it's basically useful information and is used to develop policy, to check program implementation and monitoring, and make informed decisions. I just want to show the impact of the lack of evidence. This is a global map of hepatitis C prevalence. In 1999, there was no prevalence of hepatitis C in Pakistan, as shown in this map, but there was hepatitis C in Pakistan because there was no evidence. Next. A survey was conducted by Pakistan Health Research Council in 2008, and then they showed the high prevalence of hepatitis C and B. Look at America. Next. It shows, the map shows that Pakistan is among top 10 countries having high prevalence of hepatitis C. Next. And we were ranked we were ranked second largest burden of hepatitis C in the world. What happened after this? Then globally and locally, people know that hepatitis C is the major issue of Pakistan. And now we have a major project running by federal government to eliminate hepatitis C Pakistan, in which each and every person will be screened for hepatitis C, and then positive patient will be treated. So the role of evidence is to improve the health of people of every country, each country like Pakistan. Next. But it is important for informed decision, for policy decision. What is your question? What are you asking? What are you collecting? What is your evidence? It's matter. And how you are analyzing, how you are interpreting, it's matter. Because for policy, you have to ask accurate question, then analyze properly, and then extract the theme to change the policy. Next. What we did, I served Ministry of National Health Service for almost 10 years, from 2011 to 2021. We did different national survey. First, we did NCD risk factor survey in 2013. Before this survey, a survey was conducted by a National Health Survey of Pakistan. Then there was no survey regarding NCDs. Next. We said malaria indicator survey. Next. Global adult tobacco survey. Next. National Diabetes Survey of Pakistan, and finally opinion poll about use of sugar-sweetened beverages in Pakistan. What are the outcome of this survey? I will try to skip this slide to come to my conclusion. Next. If you look at the key finding of this NCD risk factor survey, the survey provided the prevalence about hypertension, diabetes, and the indicator about public, those who were never checked by healthcare provider, diagnosed within last month, and already diagnosed. Next. And then the survey provided the NCD magnitude where the unhealthy diet, we all know our dietary pattern. 95% people were using unhealthy diet. 81 million Pakistani are hypertensive. 81 million Pakistani are physically inactive. Similarly, tobacco use and extra. Next. Similarly, the malaria indicator survey was done, and the important finding, there are very important findings, but I will just mention one finding. If you look at the last finding, we were treating, there was a national malaria control program, and they were providing treatment to treat falciparum malaria, Plasmodium falciparum. But the survey showed that prevalence of falciparum is less as compared to Vivix. Next. Next. And then we identified the hotspot area, where we should invest, where should we focus, where should we provide the awareness, where should we provide the treatment. Next. 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 Similarly, we did National Diabetes Survey in Pakistan in 2016 and 17. First survey was conducted in 1996 and 1998. And you look what happened. Next. 2009, Pakistan, the leading cause of death in Pakistan was not diabetes. The leading cause of disability, mortality was not diabetes. But the survey showed, next, that diabetes is the major cause of disability, major cause of mortality, major cause of economic burden in Pakistan. And now, unfortunately, we are among top 3 countries in the world. We did another survey where we checked the risk factor regarding these NCDs, what's happening. And look that almost 1/4 was using soda drink in a given week. Similarly, 9 out of 10 adults, they were not aware what is the amount of sugar available in 250 ml of the drink. And then 2 out of every 3 adults were worried about obesity. People were worried about obesity, but they were not changing their behaviors. They were not going for physical exercise. They were not avoiding the unhealthy food. Next. Now come the question, how these survey matters, what policy implication, what they brought. The NCD risk factor survey conducted in 2010 resulted in the development of first national action plan on NCDs. Similarly, due to this survey, the government included NCD desks at DHQ hospital and integrated the screening of blood pressure, BMI, glucose at basic health unit and RHC. So this is the policy. If you generate strong evidence, scientific evidence, then you can convince the policy maker, then you can develop action plan and make the change. Next. Similarly, the other survey, malaria indicator survey, the survey provided solid evidence, and based on the survey, we convinced the policy maker that 13% population below 5-year age is vulnerable to malaria. Similarly, 34% household where they were providing the net is to stop the malaria. We have to provide 2.5 per household. Similarly, the treatment guidelines, as I mentioned earlier, that we were treating falciparum, surveys showed the prevalence of Vivix, so the policy guidelines were changed, the treatment regime was accordingly changed. Next. Next. I will skip this. Coming to the important point, the policy implication on the due to sugar-sweetened beverages is major hurdle. And before 2022 and 2023, the excise duty on sugar sweet bread was 17%. You can't stop people from drinking, but you have to ensure that people should know what is the impact. The unhealthy diet should not be cheap. Healthy diet should be cheap. Although in Pakistan, we did another survey, I'm not mentioning, the healthy diet is cheap. The banana rate in Pakistan is still Rs 150. And the burger, which we easily eat, is almost 300, 400 plus from KFC and other major brands. Similarly, the policy was also, the ministry was convinced that the label should be on the front side, not on the back side. People should know what is they are drinking, what is they are eating. And then they are also being convinced to restrict the use of these beverages in institutions like school, hospital, where our youth is actually vulnerable. Our students, our kids are vulnerable. Next. Last, the process. The process is not simple. You have to identify an issue like high burden of disease, disability, mortality. Then you have to collect data, you have to ensure quality, you have to analyze properly. And then you have to ensure proper advocacy. You have to sensitize public. You have to create awareness among media persons. You have to create awareness among Democrats, bureaucrats. You have to convince each and every person involved in policy. You have to convince your physician and clinician that this is a major issue. Once you have convinced them, then there is policy to mitigate the risk and then provision of better health. Next. This is our, what we are collecting because as early speaker mentioned that Pakistan is among top 3 countries, and unfortunately, our youth is vulnerable to diabetes. What is happening? What is the risk factor? Is it genetic risk factor or our lifestyle or both? We are conducting this survey with the help of HEC. And our major question is the lifestyle factor are affecting the high prevalence or is the genetic aggregation? And then we are also screening Moody. Moody is the basically disease of youngster. What should we do as an individual, as a clinician, as a researcher, as a policymaker, as a student, as a family member, as a community? We have to identify our local issue, and then we have to collect data, we have to generate evidence, and then we, as already mentioned, that is era of AI and machine learning, data is available. We can generate data, we can generate evidence, and we can create new skills so that our students, our youngster can develop some solid evidence for policy. These are different our collaborators. These surveys are not conducted alone because we need proper samples design, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, we need funding from WHO, CDC, Global Health Advocacy, advocators, similarly, the involvement of BIDE and other institutions, and especially the data collector, which was the backbone of this survey. Next. Thank you. Probably question will be asked.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll have a question and answer session at the end of so kindly note down your questions and you can ask from the speakers at the end. Our next speaker is Brigadier Engineer Mohammad Irfan Afzalbad, a highly accomplished IT and cybersecurity professional with over 2 decades of experience in strategic planning, digital transformation, and cybersecurity governance. He is currently serving as an Executive Director Information Technology at DHA Karachi, leading initiatives in cybersecurity, ERP, smart IT infrastructure, and digital governance. I would request you all to warmly welcome Mohammad Engineer Irfan Afzalbad Saab. Please take the podium.
Do we have the pointer? Do we have the pointer? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to really acknowledge the efforts of the organizing committee for having such a great event. Before going into the details of the topic, I'll just would say that it's a forum where I think so it's very important that we should realize the importance of cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is a pervasive thing, and it has actually gone into all aspects of our life. So once I was approached for this topic, I really felt that probably we are like 10, 15 years back, because I did a talk on this topic once I was doing CIO in 2009. So there has been a long gap. So I just felt that probably we have not been able to keep pace with the evolution in technology, and that's how we have reached to a stage where once I was trying to prepare this presentation, I actually have made this like a introductory basics come some way forward in the form of recommendations. So I will go quickly over it, and I'm open during the question answer sessions. If there are any doubts, we can go into detail and we can discuss those with far more clarity. Kindly, next. So the sequence will be introduction, cybersecurity threats, legal framework, challenges in AI and digital health, then technical safeguards, conclusions and recommendations. Next. So it's important to understand the difference between confidentiality and privacy. Once we say confidentiality, we actually mean that the information should not be seen by those who are not intended to see that. So confidentiality has I hope I'm audible. So confidentiality has an aspect where we have the encryption, we have various ways to ensure that the data is not seen by the unauthorized people. But once we talk of privacy, it's very important to understand that it brings in certain legal aspects. Like you need to have the consent. You need to use the data for the same purpose for which it was actually provided. So once we talk of digital health research, so we are focusing on two important aspects. One, you will be actually using the protected health information, and the second aspect will be the research results and the corresponding data about the companies who are funding into that research. So once we talk of confidentiality, it's encryption, authorization, hashing, and data retention. Very basic things. But once we talk of privacy, it goes beyond technical controls. So you need to have clear understanding about the legal laws. So in the subsequent portions, I will be actually discussing about the HIPAA, GDPR, the data protection laws, and the other laws which actually affect the overall digital research once you collaborate with the world. Next. So these are the three pillars. Confidentiality, as I said, information should not be seen for those for whom it is not intended. Integrity, you need to keep the information intact. There should not be anything addition or subtraction in the information. Then is availability. So availability is as important as for any critical systems in the world. So if the system is available, it will be there to facilitate, and you will be able to make use of that system for the practitioners as well as for the researchers. Next. So if I have to sum up, so here what we can understand is the cyber threat. Once we talk of the cyber threat, it can be in the form of a ransomware attack where someone actually hacks your system and encrypts it, your data, and then asks you for some money. Or it can be in the form of attack where they actually are, trying to steal your data for their some malified intention. But once we see it in terms of the various ways in which we can protect, so it is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These are the broad terms. Then once we see the regulations, we have GDPR, which we have HIPAA, we have Personal Data Bill of India, we have Pakistan's bill, which is still under deep debate, and final draft is being reviewed. Next. So once we talk of the cybersecurity threats, ransomware, I already highlighted, some of you must be aware of that, where an attacker actually gets hold of your data, it encrypts it and asks you for money, maybe through the dark web or through other means. Phishing and social engineering, again, it can involve the insiders. Data breaches and hacking, again, it can be insider as well as outsider. Then are insider threats and AI-driven cyber attacks. Now, once we talk of AI-driven cyber attacks, we can understand that AI actually provides you the frameworks which you use for identifying various type of problems and resolving various types of problems. So those frameworks can be hacked and can be trained in the environment where I, being an attacker, can use those frameworks to actually train those frameworks to use them for malified purpose. So in this way, AI is a threat. But once we talk of the AI from the defensive point of view, we find that there is no solution to meet up the challenge without the AI-based information event management systems, AI-based tools which are very important for the defense. Next. So I have already named this, we can go to the next slide. So here I have highlighted that these are the major laws. So if you see the scope, in case of HIPAA, it is health insurance focused. So the scope is health specific. It is for the Americans. But for the rest of all the others, you find it that there are the general laws which are applicable to actually take care of the health systems and health data being used for the research or other purposes. Now, applies to the healthcare research, if you see the first column, then I have included the data breach notification time. Like we in Pakistan, we are trying to keep ourselves more close to GDPR, which is the European General Data Protection. So if you see, we have actually gone to 72 hours notification period, whereas the Americans have 60 days for the notification period. Now, if you see it further, you can see the penalties which are indicated at the second last row. So there are different penalties also. So this is a complete regime which actually helps you to manage your health research data with various type of controls. Now, if you see actually I'm having some problem with so if you see this portion, cross-border data transfer. This is again very important for the health researchers, because once you want to share the data across the border, then you need to understand that if it is restricted as per your law, you will not be able to get the data shifted, or you will not be able to collaborate with the European countries or other countries. And then their solution has to be sought, and that again lies in the technology and the latest trends, which I'll be discussing in the next portion. So in Pakistan's case, they are forcing on, or they are still contemplating that it should be localized. We should be having the data in Pakistan, which is again a very big challenge. Next. So once we talk of the AI security challenges, data poisoning, adversarial attacks. So if I would have to, okay, just go to the next slide. Here you have the various ways in which you can actually protect the data. So you can use encryption, you can use multi-factor authentication, you can use zero trust model where everything is authenticated at every layer. Then is blockchain. If anyone understands blockchain, so you have the different blocks and then you connect those blocks in the chain. So in this way, actually what happens is that you can take maximum advantage of the security and you can also manage your systems in a distributed environment. Then is secure data transmission. Again, it's a very important component for the researchers because you have to actually transmit your data. So various techniques have been enlisted. AI for cybersecurity, federated learning and anomaly detection, this is the latest technique. So this again helps you, like if in Pakistan we have a restriction on sharing the data, what you can do is that the most critical data is the privacy. For the privacy, the data is of the individual's data. So what you can do is that you can actually manage your individual data here and then you can have a federated system where you can, use the values and those values can be shared across the border and you will not have those effects in terms of the legal implications. So that will save you from many challenges which you can face if you are using that data. And then pseudonymization, again, it is in the federated system. You can actually totally take different nomenclature. You can just, based on that nomenclature, you can get your results. Those results can be shared across different countries where different researchers can collaborate. So this will again be a great way. AI for cybersecurity. So this is SIEM. Last point is security information event management. This is a solution which can enable you to detect any change in the system. So various type of SIEM solutions are available. The hospitals, they can use that. Researchers must have some system so that they can actually see the state of their data, whether at rest or during move. Next. Quickly. Time is less, so I'll just go over it. Adopt privacy and security by design approach. This is the latest trend. You cannot bring security and privacy as an afterthought. Upgrade legacy systems. Must implement advanced data protection technologies. So this is like you need to have SIEM, security information event management. You need to have the TLS security. You need to have the security at the various layers. Enhance threat intelligence and collaboration. Threat intelligence is a very important, this is a thing which actually enables you to identify something malicious. So if you will use threat intelligence from different, say, countries, you will be able to take advantage of their research for the threat hunting. So you should use threat intelligence which is credible so that if there is any threat in your system, and threat can be, we call that indicator of compromise, IOC. So it can be an IP address which is actually accessing your system, and if that system, that IP address has already been identified, so you will be able to actually take advantage from that and you can actually save your system from getting down. Incident response drills, workforce training, these are very important things. If your systems are in place, then you have to actually invest in this, you have to spend time for this, and then is compliance to relevant regulations and ethical guidelines. So the most important is you must firstly know what are the ethical guidelines for your specific research area if you are collaborating with someone or if you are conducting that research in Pakistan. And that is how you will be able to move on and you will be able to carry out research which will be actually secure and that will be beneficial for the overall purpose for which it is intended. Thank you so much. Since the time was less and this subject is very vast, so I've just gone over this very quickly. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer at the end.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative talk. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Said Farooq from Kiel University. Dr. Said Farooq is a distinguished global health research professor at the NIHR UK and a professor of psychiatry and public mental health at Kiel University of Medicine UK. He also serves as an honorary consultant psychiatrist at the Midlands Partnership NHS Foundation Trust. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Those of you who were not bored yesterday, I'm here again. And yesterday I said that I gave you the takeaway message because my talk might induce the sleep. Today I'm not doing that because I know that you may already be asleep after the lunch. What I'll try to do is I'll try to quickly go through a couple of examples of how you can adapt translational research to the low resource setting like Pakistan. This is the Kiel University. I think you have seen it yesterday. And so I'll give you the two examples where there is effective evidence already present and you translate it into practice. I talked about it briefly yesterday. We'll talk more in detail. And then when there is no existing evidence and how you translate into practice. This is the early psychosis challenge in low and middle income countries. 9 out of 10 people with early psychosis, the first episode of psychosis, are going to be in countries like Pakistan. I think the other big challenge is that the first 2 to 5 years in the course of psychotic illness is the critical period. So if you are able to treat the first episode of psychosis or early psychosis within the first 3 years of the onset, you can prevent a lot of disability. But once a person's illness has been treated partially or not treated at all for about 3 years, then to put it simply, then the chances of recovery or remission are decreased up to 40%, while in the first psychosis, early treatment can have a remission rates of more than 70%. So this is the challenge. At the same time, the other challenge is that in low and middle income countries, and I mentioned about it yesterday, the duration of untreated psychosis after the onset of illness is more than 2.5 years. So what you do, how you do this? I talked about it yesterday. The main challenge is the more than 80% of the people with first episode psychosis are treated by traditional healers, and they spend about 80% of their duration of untreated psychosis time with the traditional healers. So the first challenge, we face this, and we developed a model for working with the traditional healers. As I mentioned yesterday, this work is now finished. We have finished the cluster feasibility randomized control trial, and the results showed that we were able to engage the traditional healers, not only engage the traditional healers, but also able to incorporate them in the care pathways. That was actually the main challenge, because now coming to the evidence, there are about 3 systematic reviews and 1 big meta-analysis which have shown the effectiveness and cost effectiveness of early intervention in psychosis in high-income countries. And I think those of you who were yesterday, when I was applying for this grant, it's very interesting. This is because it's a personal award, this had an interview, which was about quite a high-stake interview, 40 minutes plus, a panel of 12 members. And I was actually almost out of 40 minutes, I was, for 20 minutes, they were arguing with me that in low and middle income countries, this model has not been applied. Why you are not doing a trial? Because this is the implementation study where I'm not doing a trial. I'm taking the evidence, and then, so about 20, 30 minutes, we argued that it came to the extent when, as the last question, the chairman asked me, don't you believe in the randomized control trials in, in putting the evidence? And I replied to him that all my studies before this one are all randomized control trials, and I've done all types of randomized control trials. But here the question is not the efficacy. The efficacy has been shown in the high-income countries. Here is the question of the implementation. Effectiveness has been shown. So thanks God, I must have been, my answer must have satisfied them, and I had this grant. So what I suggested in this grant is that it will consist of 6 main phases. The first phase is adopting and developing a culturally sensitive EIP service, early intervention psychosis service, which has the working with traditional healers as a core, and that is the work which we had done already before I applied for this. And then we developed and adopt the early intervention psychosis guidelines for use in low and middle income countries. And those of you who are not aware, there is a full framework called ADAPT framework. If you want to adopt any guidelines like asthma guidelines, tuberculosis guidelines, nutrition guidelines, like the NICE guide, the thing is that developing the guidelines is a very expensive business. It cannot be done easily. So this ADAPT framework, which is produced by the GIN, Global International Guidelines Network, that produces a full, so using that guidelines network, we actually adopted the whole guidelines, which I showed yesterday. And then we are now going to assemble a cohort of first episode psychosis and then apply those guidelines to that population. I will not go into that detail. So this is the whole translating the evidence into the practice. So first we will be, as I mentioned, that the evidence from systematic reviews and meta-analysis shows that the early intervention psychosis is effective and cost-effective. So the next stage, the translational stage, is that adopting. So this adaptation phase is about 16 months, which we started in February last year and is almost coming to an end in August. Then establishing the services, which we are doing right now. We have adopted and we are now putting the pilot services. And then evaluating. The evaluation will be done using a cohort, nested cohort, where the rates of remission and the rates of engagement with the service will be the primary outcome. Along with that, we will be developing a prognostic tool to predict the treatment-resistant schizophrenia for predicting the treatment resistant. As one of the things which we are going is to do is called translating. We have actually developed a tool, already tool, which is now published for predicting the treatment-resistant schizophrenia at the baseline. And that is called SPIRIT. So from SPIRIT, we'll be developing the SPIRIT Plus, which will include a higher number of potential predictive variables, data based on a well-planned cohort, and will be established. So this, as I mentioned, this will be a nested cohort study within the EIP service. So we are doing 2 things at the same time. One, we are establishing a service and following them up over 1 year. At the same time, we are collecting the data at the baseline of those predictor variables which are likely to predict the treatment-resistant schizophrenia. And we will be seeing the rates of treatment-resistant schizophrenia at 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months, and we'll see what is the power of those predictive variables. And what we hope to achieve is that we will be able to predict almost 33% of the people with first episode psychosis would develop treatment-resistant schizophrenia, which is practically, I wouldn't say not treatable, but very, very difficult to treat. As the name shows, is treatment-resistant schizophrenia. So the concept is, we not only intervene early in the first episode psychosis, but we also develop a tool which can tell us that the people are not responding to the treatment. So that is yes. I have 2 minutes left, and this is just 2 slides. So the next, I talked in detail about implementation using the a non-randomized controlled trial, a cohort study. This is now one of the largest study where we are testing an intervention for treating depression in tuberculosis. And this is where the evidence is lacking. In the EIP service, we had the evidence from all over the world how EIP would be developed. For treatment of depression in tuberculosis, there's practically not, there is evidence, but it is not high quality, and there's no decent size randomized controlled trial. So what we did, we are doing now, developing an intervention. Actually, we have developed the intervention using the evidence-based synthesis, ethnographic and qualitative methods. This is very important. We not only are doing the evidence synthesis, we did the ethnographic studies, working and sitting with the people, with the patients, how they are experiencing the stigma of the tuberculosis, what is the effect, things like that. Then we have finished now the inbuilt pilot trial with a clear progression criteria, and fortunately we have met the progression criteria. The sample size in the trial was 80, and then followed by that there is a fully powered randomized controlled trial. This is going to be the largest randomized controlled trial of treatment of depression and tuberculosis using the CBT-based approach or any other approach. The sample size is 700, and we have, till yesterday, we have randomized about 179 patients. This hopefully we'll be finishing the trial by the end of this year, and then there is 6 months follow-up. So we will be producing the evidence, and if the evidence shows the effectiveness, then in the work package 4, which I would like your attention, is we are not, the trial, the beauty of this trial is it is a pragmatic randomized controlled trial, and all the TB outcome, depression outcomes are being incorporated in the TB control program itself. So the TB control program outcomes, we are including all the depression-related outcomes in the TB control program itself, and there is a very robust process evaluation where we are seeing how the outcomes can be incorporated, what is the experience of TB workers in using that. And then in the work package 4, which we hope to start by the middle of next year, we will see the implementation works in TB, and if it works in TB, because the chronic infectious disorders, TB, hepatitis B, C, and HIV are all chronic infections, so we will translate that evidence adopt that evidence in those chronic infectious disorders as well. This is the last slide. So for those of you who are interested in seeing what this whole program of research involves, this is BMJ Open full protocol trial is available, which gives all the details of the pilot, definitive trial, and the implementation phase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next presenter is Professor Dr. Saima Parvez, a professor and section head of family medicine at Shifa College of Medicine, Islamabad, with an extensive experience in medical education and clinical practice and bioethics. She currently serves as a member of IRB at Shifa International Hospital and has previously coordinated the MRC GP International Preparatory course. Please welcome her.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, organizers. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking about the ethics of using AI in digital health research. Next, please. So I claim having no commercial interest, no conflict of interest. I have used AI to develop this presentation. But the prompts that I used, which was in particular, I used Copilot, were my own. The final product that they gave me was a bit too complex for me, so I simplified it more for my own self. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking a bit about digital health, why do we need to know about it? Why do we need AI? And what are the ethical issues that we're going to expect and how we're going to go about solving those issues? Next, please. So when we say digital health, what exactly do we mean? Next, please. So we're all familiar with the doctor-patient relationship. We grew up with doctors seeing us when we're sick, but after COVID-19, we're now becoming familiar with new terms like telehealth. So a doctor is looking at us from a screen. We've become familiar with the use of terms like M-health or mobile health. A mobile health application will tell us what my blood pressure is, what my blood sugar is, and so on. Also, we have smartwatches. So now this data is being transferred somewhere to a big database. So anyone can understand or be cognizant of the fact of what my heart rate or my heart rhythm is. So what can happen is that if a patient develops, let's say, an arrhythmia, a doctor somewhere would be able to pick that up and advise, diagnose the problem, give a prescription. That prescription could be delivered to the patient at home. But all of this would be in an ideal world. Next, please. So why is digital health a good thing? It's good because we have the opportunity and the possibility of accessing patients who would not be able to come to the hospital. It's good because it's efficient. Patients will not spend time driving on the roads or waiting in hospital waiting rooms for the doctor to come. Patient is empowered because data is knowledge, knowledge is power. So the patient is empowered to make their own decisions about their health. And then, of course, remember, all that data is being collected, is going into a repository, and data is the new currency. So each country will have its own data repository, and then that country will be able to utilize that data for public health decision making. And of course, in the long run, it will help in decreasing costs. But then again, I say all this because this is all good in an ideal world. What about AI? So there's a term known as predictive analytics used in AI. Vast amounts of health data will be able to predict disease outbreaks, not only infectious diseases, but also non-communicable diseases, patient risks. So I can get to know that in a certain area, tuberculosis is going to be very common. I can get to know in a certain area, people with metabolic syndrome are living together, they have a high risk of heart disease. So I would probably improve my cardiology services because they will be needing it at any time. Real-time patient monitoring will improve and patient care in a timely manner. And then, of course, personalized medicine. Even my genetic material is being saved, and that genetic material would be able to utilize further health care management. Next, please. But remember, all this should be done considered in the context of a utopian or an ideal world. How does it fit in Pakistan? In Pakistan, will we have the availability of these resources? Only a particular group of people will have access to these resources. Understand that we have firewall issues, we have net connectivity issues, privacy and security concerns. A lot of people, so probably the people who are able to afford smartphones or wearables, their data will be available, but the people who don't have this technology, their data will not be available. So that will lead to a digital disparity. And this will, a lot of our population may be missed because we don't have access to their data. So there could be misrepresentation of the data that we do have in our repository. Of course, then regulatory issues. In Pakistan, we have yet to develop a data security or regulations about how to share data with other countries or other organizations. Care becomes depersonalized, and of course, if a physician is constantly looking at data from other, there is a likelihood of burnout. So understand that for us in Pakistan, we have issues regarding consent. I have deliberately not used the word informed consent because AI is a relatively new technology for a lot of us. As Engineer Saab said, we are years behind other countries. So if we are years behind, we're also not that informed as other people are. So understanding how my data will be used and for what purposes, and then what is the risk of data breach? What is likely to happen if my data gets leaked somewhere? Then of course, remember, AI is developed through algorithms, and whatever we feed into the algorithm, there is a likelihood of bias. So bias in the training data, there could be flaws in the design of the algorithm, and that could lead to disparity in healthcare. Next, please. Then of course, understanding why are AI-driven decisions behaving the way they are. So once we as a population are aware more about AI, how it's developed, only then we'll be able to trust the system. And then of course, how are algorithms documented? From where are the resources or the information collected? And then recognizing that even AI tools have their limitations. Of course, organizations need to create ethical frameworks to guide AI use in digital health and ensure compliance of these SOPs. Next, please. So in conclusion, AI is a very good thing. It is going to transform health in the future, not only health delivery, but health research. But remember, we are all human beings and we all seek compassionate care from our healthcare providers. Our patient has to be heard, valued, and understood. So just to end here, that we need to balance our technology with human interaction while maintaining integrity in an ethical framework. So that's my last slide, so I finished quite in time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter, the final presenter, is Dr. Farooq Azam Rathor, a consultant physician and professor at Quetta Institute of Medical Sciences, with an extensive experience in physical medicine and rehabilitation. He is a national representative and chair of Emergency Rehabilitation Committee at the International Society of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I know it's very challenging to be the last speaker of the session because आप आते हो stage पे, and honestly all you can see is नहीं चल रहा है, change करेंगे इसको please. नहीं फिर फ़ायदा कोई नहीं honestly speaking. Can you please change this one? Because I want to मतलब move it my own. So this is what we see और मैं देख सकता हूँ. The honest people are sleeping, ठीक है ना? Next, okay, sorry. Yep. The honest one are sleeping. कुछ are trying to sleep और कुछ वो कह रहे होते हैं मैं इधर क्यों आया, ठीक है? And the only person who seems to be awake is actually asking the question ये कब खत्म होगा? तो ये इंशाल्लाह 12 से 13 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा इंशाल्लाह. So don't worry. Look, so I'll start with some good news and some bad news. The good news is that powerful tools like AI are now available for free of cost to almost everyone who has a device connected to internet. It all depends कि आप में कितनी सलाहियत है, आप में कितनी curiosity है, और आप कितना सीखना चाहते हैं. That's the first thing. Number two, it is a disruptive technology just like internet, electricity, car, and cell phone. Which means despite the fact अगर आपको ये पसंद नहीं है, आप इसे integrate नहीं करना चाहते, it's not going to roll back. It's a disruptive technology of our time. And the third thing is, it is one of the most rapidly evolving technologies of 21st century. you all must remember that back in November 2022, जब ये launch हुआ था ChatGPT, 100 million people registered within 30 days. It was the highest uptake of any technology in human history. Every week, if not every month, you have new models coming up. And right now, even the free models, they offer you certain kind of functionality that was not even available in the paid models 2 years back. So this thing is going to roll forward. But now comes the bad news. Despite all these things and what my colleagues have just shared, unfortunately, there is no formal training for AI tool for most. When I say the word most, you need to understand that Pakistan जो है ना वो Peshawar, Lahore, Karachi, Pindi से आगे भी है. So just because few good institutes are giving training does not mean that all medical institutes are actually imparting training. So unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, no formal training is available in AI tool to faculty or resident in most of the institutes. And unfortunately, again, if I'm wrong, I'll say sorry right here, but to the best of my limited knowledge, PMDC, CPSP, HEC has no unified curriculum and no policies how to integrate these powerful AI tools into their curriculum for student, resident, and faculty members. And unfortunately, those who are trying to explore AI tools on their own, this is the most common question that I get from my resident and even from students and some faculty members as well. Sirji, how can I write an article with ChatGPT? And this is my response. मतलब ये क्या कह रहा है? Imagine करें ये what are these tools? These tools, in my personal opinion, are actually the ultimate polymath, and you can actually use them to unlock interdisciplinary research and collaboration in medicine. And I'm going to tell you how. Nothing to disclose. So what is a polymath? The concept of polymath is, it's a very old concept by the way. A polymath is someone who is an expert in, nahi chal raha. Yep, next please. An individual with expertise across a number of diverse fields of studies. In old time we know of Leonardo da Vinci, Muslimano Abu Ali Sina, right? Then Benjamin Franklin. So these people were not only scientists, they were poets, they were laureates, they used to do cosmology, they used to be engineers, stuff like that. The question is, in 21st century, is it possible for a human being to be actually a polymath? So we need to understand some human constraints. Next, please. Next. Next, please. So knowledge constraints are a real thing that we have to acknowledge. Next, please. Just couple of, I'm sorry, बिल्कुल इसकी वो खराब हुई भी है इसकी जो है formatting. Any case, go back please. So just couple of days ago in Quetta, in the 58th convocation of CPSP, the Vice President Gondal Sahab said that right now we are offering 88 primary and secondary subspecialties in CPSP alone. Imagine करें सिर्फ 88 specialties सिर्फ medicine में पाकिस्तान में. I'm not even talking about nursing sciences, rehabilitation sciences, and maybe computer science, agriculture science, social science, law, literature, just name it. So right now it's impossible for a person to have that kind of in-depth knowledge of more than one or maximum two fields. This is a reality. It's a human constraint, no big deal. Next, please. Number 2, fatigue factor. You ask a question to your teacher 9 a.m. in the morning versus 9 p.m. at night. There will be a difference. As we age, our neurons degenerate. Our capacity to learn more, absorb more, and to explain that sometimes goes down. It's a human constraint, nothing wrong with that. Next, please. Next, please. Then we can only have a limited interaction. If you want to have a one-to-one interaction, probably I can talk to 1 or maximum 2 people at one time. But again, I can't talk to 5 or 8 people at one time and answer them accurately as they want me to answer. Next, please. And last but not the least, input and output limitation. So at one time, either I can listen to your question, I can read a book, or I can analyze a video. I can't do all these 3 things at one time. And similarly, I can only answer you by speaking out, maybe writing, or maybe typing. This is a human constraint. Again, nothing wrong with that. Next, please. But once you consider an AI tool, next, please. Number 1, they have access to vast and diverse knowledge. They have been trained on billions and billions of tokens of information. They have actually scraped almost all of the internet right now, right? Which means that they have access to medical science, social science, agriculture science, computer science, you just name any science, and they have access to that. A vast, huge pool of knowledge. Next, please. Number 2, they are available 24/7 as a research assistant that never sleeps. You can ask a question to an AI tool after Fajr, Zohar, Maghrib, Isha, just any time you want to. And you're going to get almost the same answer if your prompt is the same and you know how to make the best use of that thing. Next, please. Then the most important thing is not only access to knowledge, they can retrieve the information instantly. If you ask me a question, I'm going to stop, pause, and then recollect my thoughts. And these AI tools within second, you know, they start creating answers. And they make those kind of connection that I cannot make because my background is medical science and that too in rehabilitation science only. Honestly, I can't tell you about dermatology. I can't teach you about orthopedic surgery or maybe computer science, but this tool can do that. And that's why it offers you a very diverse perspective due to its broad base of knowledge and instant connectivity of different knowledge nodes. Next, please. And that's why, and it also provides you multiple input output. You want text, you want audio, you want picture, you want infographic, you want a PDF file, a Word file, within second that is going to be available. And right now all these functionalities except for the audio file are available in the free version of ChatGPT 4.0 as well. Next please. So again, how AI tools can help? Next. Number one, they can identify the knowledge gaps by analyzing diverse kind of field. If you analyze only your field, you're only going to see a very narrow perspective. But if you see the bigger picture, like I'm seeing all of you, you can analyze and identify those knowledge gaps. Next, please. Then, because of this identifying of knowledge gaps from multiple fields, it can create unique research questions. Because now it's integrating knowledge from different sources. Next. It can summarize key literature from different disciplines and subjects in a very easy to understand form. इस स्टेज पे जहाँ मैं खड़ा हूँ, honestly speaking, I want to do that. मेरे पास ना time है ना energy है कि मैं अब computer science पढ़ूँ बैठ के. I don't have energy and time for that. But this thing can actually simplify those concepts for me if I give it a command कि simplify this as if you are trying to explain it to a 5 years old. ये quantum physics को 5 साल के बच्चे के level पर explain कर देता है. ये ऐसी unique चीज़ है जो आम तौर पे इंसान नहीं कर पाते. Next please. Then it can suggest you a relevant methodology. Please remember, we are mostly medical healthcare professionals. हमारी methodologies बड़ी restricted होती हैं, qualitative, quantitative. Computer science वाले अपने हिसाब से काम करते हैं. Social science different चलता है. Agriculture science की methodology different है. Now, how can we combine all those if we don't even know about the methodology? This thing or tool knows about all those methodologies and can combine them into one. Next, please. How do you interact with an AI tool? You interact by giving it a prompt. That's the language of AI tool. Next, please. Next. Please पूरा दिखा दें. So I wanted to demonstrate, but मैं कर नहीं पाऊँगा. Next पूरा दिखा दें. So there are many frameworks available out there. The simplest is कि जब भी आपको अच्छी prompt दो ना, especially अगर उसको polymath बनाना है from multiple disciplines, role and persona, a good background and experience, the task you want it to do, the output format and the tone, which could be professional, academic, and stuff like that. Next, please. Next. I'm sorry, I cannot demonstrate, so I have screenshots लिए अभी. For example, my background is rehabilitation medicine. If I want to do a research collaborating between rehabilitation medicine and robotics, so I have no absolutely background of robotic engineering, but I want to do that because I feel, and personally I do feel, that low-cost robotics can actually facilitate rehabilitation process of people with neurological diseases in Pakistan. So this is one of the way you can do that. Only one. There are multiple ways. I really wish I could demonstrate, but let's go. Please, next, please. Next. You give a prompt. एक मिनट रुक जाएं. Role or persona. You are a leading researcher in rehabilitation medicine and assistive robotics with a focus on developing affordable and accessible technology for LMIC. देखिए इसमें टाइम बड़ा लगता है prompt में, लेकिन वो बात है, अब मैडम ने बात की थी मुझसे पहले कि this is a tool. अगर सिर्फ आपको एक single line command भी दे देंगे, ये आपको कुछ ना कुछ बना के दे देगा. But that is not going to be the thing that you want. It would be a jargon. It would be something जो कोई भी बना सकता है. अगर फारूक राठौर ने कोई चीज़ बनानी है ना, तो वो अपनी बात उसको पहले समझाएगा कि this is what I want you to do for me. So I feel Pakistan is an LMIC. I need technologies relevant to LMICs. वरना आजकल लोकोमैट आता है 12-13 करोड़ रुपए का है. कितने हैं पाकिस्तान में? एक भी नहीं है. मैं बातें करूँ लोकोमैट की, बैठा हूँ मैं कोयटा में, मैं क्या बातें कर रहा हूँ? I need something contextual from my own country. So I'll give it LMIC. Next, please. Experience. You have worked on adapting robotic rehabilitation devices for use in LMIC and have experience in conducting clinical trials in Pakistan. Robotic और clinical trial को combine कर दिया. Next, please. और ये पूरा इसका क्या background knowledge है. Yes, and that's why even creating a prompt can take you up to 15 minutes to 30 minutes. लेकिन फिर जो output होगी ना, focused, high quality, and something that can actually create an impact in the real world out there. Next, please. Next. And this is the task. Generate 2 unique research questions that explore the development, adaptation, evaluation of low-cost robotic or robotic-assisted devices for rehabilitation in Pakistan. Because Pakistan is not USA. Pakistan is not China. Pakistan में Australia वाली funding नहीं है. यहाँ तो दवाइयों के पैसे लोगों को नहीं मिलते. आप बातें करते हैं robotics की, ठीक है? And consider specific population. अब देखिए मैं specificity दे रहा हूँ उसको. क्या? Adult stroke patient. Adult stroke is different from pediatric stroke. 6 months post ischemic stroke. Ischemic is different from hemorrhagic stroke. Now my thought process is becoming part of the prompt that I'm going to give to this tool and get what I want to get from it. Next please. And this is the output format. 3 clearly stated research questions. Next please. और there was an article couple of months ago कि अगर आप इस तरह की commands दिया करो ना इसको, first of all confirm that you have clearly understood my instruction. Next. Let me know if you have any questions. Next. Or take a deep breath, as if you are talking to a human being. इससे क्या होता है कि इससे इसकी जो आउटपुट है वो सब्सटेंशियली इंप्रूव हो जाती है. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. आई डाउट कि आप ये देख पाओगे. बस कहने का मकसद ये बेसिकली उसने सबसे पहले मुझे थैंक यू किया, उसने कंफर्म किया कि तुम्हारी ये 5 रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं. मैंने कहा येस. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. सो अगेन स्टेप्स, अब वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप चल रहा है. आप सिंगल कमांड भी दोगे वो कुछ ना कुछ बना देगा. बट इन माई केस बिकॉज आई हैव बीन वर्किंग इट फॉर लास्ट 2.5 years, इसको पता है कि फारूक को क्या चीज़ चाहिए. सो लुक एट दिस. स्टेप 1, क्लैरिफाई द कोर एलिमेंट. नंबर 2, identify gaps and opportunities. Next please. Step 3 clearly stated research question. I took the first one, development focused question. What are the design feature and functional capabilities required to develop a low cost variable robotic that improves gait speed and balance in adult stroke survivors 6 months post ischemic stroke in a low resource rehabilitation center in Pakistan. Right? Next please. मैंने नंबर 1 को लिया. मैं यहाँ रुका नहीं कि वो ज़बरदस्त किस्म का यार मिल गया क्वेश्चन, चलते हैं घर वापस. नो, स्टॉप हेयर. ऑलवेज आस्क क्वेश्चन. अच्छा क्वेश्चन जो होता है ना वो आपका आधा जवाब होता है. मैंने सवाल किया, प्लीज प्रोवाइड मी स्ट्रेंथ्स, वीकनेसेस एंड जस्टिफिकेशन फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन. नो, इट्स अ हायर लेवल थिंकिंग जो आपको करनी है इसके साथ, बिकॉज इट्स अ पॉलीमैथ. एंड अगेन हियर इज अ फॉर्मल एंड थॉरो एनालिसिस फॉर द डेवलपमेंट फोकस क्वेश्चन यू प्रोवाइडेड. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. विल नॉट गो इन डिटेल. It gave me 4 strengths for this proposal. अब जो भी स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं, जब आपके टीचर वो कहते हैं प्रपोजल बना के लाओ, मुझे पता है बहुत से लोग आप में से चैट जीपीटी पे चले जाते हैं, एंड वी कांट स्टॉप दैट. लेट्स बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक वी नीड टू हैव अ फोकस ऑन एथिक्स. कि एथिक्स पढ़ाओ कि सही क्या है, गलत क्या है, कैसे यूज़ करना है. बट अगेन इमेजिन करो आप में से एक बच्चा सिर्फ कॉपी पेस्ट करके प्रपोजल ले गया और बिल्कुल ब्लैंक है. ही और शी नोज नथिंग अबाउट द प्रपोजल बिकॉज वो चैट जीपीटी बनाया है. और एक बच्चे ने ये उससे कन्वर्सेशन किया है, गिव मी स्ट्रेंथ, गिव मी वीकनेस, गिव मी जस्टिफिकेशन. इमेजिन करें कि किसका लर्निंग लेवल इस टूल की वजह से ऊपर चला जाएगा. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Weaknesses, it gave me 4 weaknesses as well. Next please. And obviously a whole justification why this is feasible for a country like Pakistan. Next please. But I did not stop here. मुझे पता है मैं पाकिस्तान में हूँ, पैसा शायद मिलना कोई नहीं है, ठीक है ना, या मिलेगा तो मेरे मरने के बाद ही रिलीज करेंगे शायद HEC वाले. Yes please, refine and narrow it considering I have only 2 लाख रुपए as my research funding. भाई अब ये आपको पता है ना फंडिंग कितनी है, लाख है, 2 लाख है, 10 लाख है, तो ये बराबर नहीं हो सकते. जब मैंने उसे कहा कि 2 लाख रुपए है, तो अब उसने पहले उसको रिफाइन किया. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. और उसके बाद उसने मुझे रैशनल फॉर रिफाइनमेंट दिया. सो प्लीज ट्राई टू यूज दीज टूल एज अ इंटरेक्टिव पार्टनर दैट कैन एक्चुअली improve your understanding, give you knowledge from multiple domains, make connections and give you justifications and improve your knowledge base. Next please. So I will conclude by saying next. First one, पहला वाला please. AI can actually democratize research capacity, just like internet. जो मैडम ने बात की ये बहुत बड़ा एक इशू है कि yes, it can lead to this digital colonialism and gaps between our access. But honestly, at the same time, जब इंटरनेट आया ना तो फिर ये बहाना ख़त्म हो गया कि देखिए जी उसके पास पैसे हैं, वो हार्वर्ड जाके पढ़ रहा है. आप भी ऑनलाइन हार्वर्ड का मूक फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर सकते हैं रिसर्च राइटिंग पे. इसी तरह आपको भी एक्सेस है AI टूल्स की, आप उसको स्टार्ट तो कीजिए. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Interdisciplinary research is now no longer a luxury, and those of you who want to create an impact, अपनी फील्ड में सभी माहिर होते हैं. अपनी फील्ड में 3 घंटे बोलना कोई कमाल नहीं होता. आपने 30 साल लगाए होते हैं, आपको हर चीज़ पता होती है. कमाल ये है कि you try to create those kind of unique research questions that have not been answered, and for that you have to go out of your comfort zone. You have to learn something new, and because something is difficult to learn, you don't get good teachers or mentor or supervisor, this tool can actually fill that gap. Next please. Contextual customization is possible and important. The world out there, Professor Said ने भी आपको बताया कि the world out there is actually looking for people from developing countries like Pakistan and other countries who come up with contextual ideas that are relevant to their own needs. कॉपी पेस्ट करना छोड़ें यार, ठीक है ना. माना कि सारी किताबें अंग्रेजी में होती हैं, वहाँ से आती हैं, लेकिन अब अपना सोचना करें शुरू. दुनिया बहुत वसी है. जब तक पाकिस्तानी उठ के हाथ खड़ा नहीं करेगा कि मेरे मुल्क का ये मसला जो मैं स्टडी करूँगा, दुनिया ने आपकी नहीं सुननी. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. AI इज़ नॉट अ रिप्लेसमेंट फॉर एक्सपर्टीज बट अ पार्टनर इन इनोवेशन. ठीक है ना, कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं करना, इसको पार्टनर बना के चलना है. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. सो कॉल टू एक्शन. नेक्स्ट. Number one, change is inevitable, growth is optional. ये concept clear कर लें, ये disruptive technology ये वापस नहीं जा रही. Just because you're not comfortable, you have not started learning, maybe as a faculty member or as a student, you are on the losing end. Next, please. You have to understand the capability, the limitation, and ethical aspect of AI tool. It's very powerful, it's amazing, it's actually magical. But you need to understand it hallucinates. They are the world's most confident liars. AI tool दुनिया के सबसे confident झूठे हैं. साफ बात है, ठीक है ना? And you can demonstrate that as well. Next, please. And that's why you have to start today. ठीक है ना? कल कोई नहीं आती. Experiment with this AI tool as not an assistant but a creative partner. Creativity को बढ़ाएं. Next, please. And think beyond your field. If you want to create an impact ना, तो अपने शोबे से आगे निकलिए. मुमताज़ वही होता है जो अपनी मतलब बाकी एक हजूम से ना 2 कदम आगे ले लेता है और उसके क्या लोग बात सुनते हैं फिर. Next, please. एंड लोकल फर्स्ट ग्लोबल नेक्स्ट. जो भी करना है ना पहले पाकिस्तान से शुरू करो, क्योंकि यहाँ काम कर रहे हो, यहाँ के मसलों का इदराक है आपको. यू नो हाउ यू कैन क्रिएट एन इम्पैक्ट. सो दिस कंट्री ओज यू मोर. पहले यहाँ से शुरू कीजिए, फिर इंटरनेशनल जाइए. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. एंड बी द कैटलिस्ट फॉर चेंज. आप में से खा वो आखिरी कोने वाला भी है ना, अगर कोई 2 बातें समझ आई हैं इस पूरे सेशन से, वापस जाइए और लोगों को सिखाइए. दुनिया सीखने और सिखाने से आगे बढ़ती है, इल्म को सिर्फ समेटने से नहीं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. So I thank you all. This is my email if you need a copy of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative talk. Now I'll request Dr. Nasir Ahmed and Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool Saab to come on stage and hand over the certificate of appreciation to our speakers.
Before sheets, if anyone is having question to the speakers, please. If no questions, then please can you conclude?
All of the talks are very informative, from public health, and the last talk is like anyone who's sleeping in the hall must have woken up right now. It was so energetic. And then Brigadier Saab, your talk is eye-opening, and I think that is something, and especially Dr. Saima, that is something I think it is the future for Pakistan, that we have to decide now laws for digital transfer of the data. As I'm working in an institute, National Institute of Cardiovascular Disease, and we have a huge database, and we are doing a lot of collaborative studies also, and every day we are having challenges how we are going to transfer this data. Should we be transferring this data? Or if we are transferring this data, what are the rights we should be giving to the people, to the another institutes, collaborating institutes, and how we are going to monitor whether the rights we have given to them, whether they are abiding with those policies or not. So this is something which we are lacking still in our country, and this is something which we need to work, because Pakistan right now is a huge database for all over the world. And if we don't protect now our data, then there will be time that we cannot do anything. And everything is actually lost for us as a researchers, as a clinician, because it will be already taken from us and published somewhere with some people, and we don't know what happened. So that is something I think we need to take from here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Nasir, for inviting me.
I can only unite to the words of my colleague that the session was very important and very interesting. Thank you very much to all the speakers.
Okay. Our first speaker, Brigadier Engineer Muhammad Irfan of Silbert, please come on stage to receive your token of appreciation. Please welcome him. Our next speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Arif Nadeem Saqib, please come on stage to receive your token of appreciation. Our next speaker, Professor Dr. Saeed Farooq Saab, please come on stage to receive your token of appreciation. Our next speaker, Professor Dr. Saima Parvez. Please, can you come on stage to receive your token of appreciation? And our last speaker, Professor Dr. Farooq Rathore, please come on stage to receive your token of appreciation. I would like the chairs to take their token of appreciation. Professor Anna, please come on stage to receive your certificate. Professor Dr. Ghazala Irfan, please come on stage to receive your token of appreciation. And last, the moderator of session, Dr. Rumaisa. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. Please scan the QR code for the feedbacks. Those are visible on the doors. Please scan them and provide feedback.
अच्छा इस तरह बाहर चाय भी है जिसने पीनी हो और उसके बाद HR लॉबी में पोस्टर्स कंपटीशन है जजेस भी और पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी प्लीज ज्वाइन पोस्टर कंपटीशन HR लॉबी और यू कैन हैव ए कप ऑफ टी एट आउटसाइड द हॉल थैंक यू सो मच